Hello, everybody. What's going on? TCH Live Thursday. I'm your host, Aaron McEvoy, hanging out with you solo tonight here in the closet. And yeah, we got ourselves an exciting game here. So 5, 10, 25, starting things off with the $25 PLO bomb pot. So welcome to the show. Kick back, relax, and get ready for some poker. Thanks for tuning in. All right, so we don't have a full table here as of yet, but I believe we're going to have some players filtering in and filling in all of these spots. But we'll just go ahead and get things rocking and rolling here with Carly spreading out a couple of boards for this PLO bomb pot. So looking around the table, we got Cam, we got Doug, we got Joe, Zach, Optimize, a lot of familiar faces here. As we've got Optimize is going to bet pot here with a flopped 10 high flush on the bottom board. Up and down straight draw and backdoor opportunities on top. Zach here going to make the call with two pair. And he does not improve. Optimize does, and Optimize is now in terrific shape to scoop this thing. Got a new layout here, it looks like, at least new to me, for the action tracking on the left side there. That's pretty nice. I do think that that's really key. It does block some of the screen. I know we've gotten some feedback from some people that are like, you know, it blocks up too much of the screen, and other people really like it. I find it very helpful if I'm ever like sort of trying to interact with you guys in the chat or something like that, and then I miss, oh, what was the bet on the flop? And we don't have that information. That can be tough to go back and see. But here we are on this river. Zach filling up to King's full on the bottom board, and he is just going to pot this, see if he can get away with it. But Optimize with the nut straight on top to go along with his flopped flush will probably feel compelled to make the call. We'll see. I'm going to take a look here at the chat. Let's see who's all hanging out with us. As we've got Captain Underpairs. What's going on? Poker Monkey. We got Raina. How's it going? There is the call and the chop incoming. We got Frank. What's going on, yo? Crypto Man 5000. How's it going? Welcome to the show. Just scrolling on down the list. We got Moose Duty. What's going on? Brett, how's it going? Doug R. Hello. Ragnar, what's up? Aaron, hello. Cool. Good to see all of you guys here in the chat. And Jeff here says he'll gamble with me when I'm ready, since I'm rocking it solo style. Okay, very good. Yeah, we can do that, Jeff. Let me, JTM New York, what's going on? But yeah, and Damon hanging out with us in the chat as well. What is up, my man? Good to see you guys. Great to see you all. All right, here we go. 2-card version, 5, 10, and 25 engaged. Ragnar says Caitlin is late because she is busy not smoking cigarettes. Indeed. She is trying to kick it once again, so best of luck to her.
And it is 5, 10, 25 tonight.
Very good. Yes, the 25 is a mandatory straddle, so that will be another blind for everybody to fight for. All right, Doug here is going to defend his big blind from the open of Kevin DB over there in the 1 seat. Checky. Free turn card here. 4 of spades. Doug checks once again, and let's see. Kevin still not going to go for this. He's got the Queen Jack high, and he's just happy to take showdown. Doug here not going to bluff at this. As, yeah, we're just going to show down, and Queen high is going to take this pot. Couple of opportunities there, I think, for Doug to go for it. When your opponent checks back twice, like, it's very unlikely that they have a strong hand. Like, pocket tens or something like that didn't bet the flop is certainly going to start betting on the turn. So there's really just not very much out there. It's a lot of just sort of like king high, maybe even queen high type holdings, and you can put those under some pressure if you fire a little tickle out there. But of course, I can see the cards, makes it a lot easier to be like, yeah, why don't you start betting with your 8 high? But onwards and upwards. Let's move along here. Let's see here. So Aaron here in the chat says need a little table volume. Yeah, do we have table volume?
Shut
Ah, table volume engaged. Ask and ye shall receive.
3 raised to 600. 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold.
What do you start with, Cam?
All right, optimize. You're going to raise it up, makes it 200 to go. Cameron going to 3-bet on the button, 600, and optimize will call. Going to play this one out of position. But a pretty good flop here for a pair of 7s. He'll check it over and see how Cameron continues. No baseball cap tonight, letting the full mane of hair out. Putting it on display. Man has an epic head of hair. He is going to bet, though.
9 folds.
And optimize quickly folds the 7. Interesting. So, yeah, calling with 7s and seeing an 8 high board disconnected like this, I mean, I feel like, first of all, that's your board if you ever wanted to sort of attack.
It's all got its own life cycle.
And second of all,
There are oftentimes
you're not going to see a whole lot of better flops
clients are going to be
with
out of
pocket
office.
7.
Don't want to deal with shit like that, but no, like, not really.
I mean, there's always
What's
the
your starting stat?
the feeling of like, oh, if I call here and then he just barrels again big on the turn, like I'm holding there, so what's the point of defending now? But, you know, from a game theory standpoint, we can't necessarily boil things down like that, because if you do sort of pigeonhole yourself into like, well, I wouldn't call on a later street, so I better just fold now, well then your opponents always know that like you only call with hands that are quite good, right? Because then you're like, well, I can call now because I can also call on later streets. If I didn't satisfy that condition, then I would have folded. So you would sort of start to announce to your opponents your strategy being relatively binary, and that wouldn't be a good thing. So I definitely think that the defense there against the 3-bet is appropriate with 7s, and then yeah, you're going to want to continue with those 7s.
5 fold,
Even to a chunky flop side.
6 raised to 120.
All right, Joe here going to come in for a raise when it folds to him in the big blind. King 4 off makes it 125. Zach here will defend his $25 straddle, and we will see a monotone flop here, queen high, pair for both players. Joe will check out of position. Zach will bet top pair. Joe just going to let that one go. Sort of understandable. Just hoping to win it free.
Thank you.
And being out of position is just always so tough. It's just really hard to realize your equity. Like, yeah, and that's always the challenge of playing out of position. King 4 there, really not going to have a good time on later streets, and could certainly just already be basically drawing dead. So understandable there.
Cam, where do you normally?
All right, let's take a look here in the chat. Jeff here, probably ready to do some gambling.
I was wondering why I
Fire
don't
that
see
up
you very
here.
much.
You want to do it for 20 the next time we see each other? We'll just keep track over the course of the evening.
Underground
Settle up later on.
Yeah.
The deepest dark streets and alleyways. Look at that hairstyle. You're 35. That gets into the best games.
5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold.
This is just
just like a lot of the underground places in New York.
This place is
Except they don't
Let me know in the chat there,
Yeah,
Jeff,
the rate
if
isn't bad. I mean,
you're good
if
for
you're playing
that.
small games, it's bad. But if you're playing the bigger games, it's not that bad. But you're getting a lot for your money.
Okay, very good. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start us off then. I will go first.
Thomas waitresses.
All right, 5, 10, 25.
Oh, it's only Austin's.
We did get, yeah, one more player here over in the 2 seed.
Joking.
No, I actually
Raul here.
I stopped playing
Ooh, 91. All right, off to a good start here. Let's see if
for like 10 years before
see
that.
if Jeff can catch me on that one. Brooks in the 4 seat here will make the call after Raul comes in for an open on the 7 of hearts.
9.
I do now. At the time, I didn't.
1 call. No players.
Twin 9-year-old.
Kevin will defend his straddle with the Jack 3 of spades as well. There we go, Jack in the window, 9 and an 8 behind it. The top pair and a gut shot here for
Feels like
Brooks.
9.
Top pair, no kicker. And no backdoor here for Kevin DB.
1 bet. 175.
Wow, well, kicker problems just took the 100 to beat the 91. Let's see what you can get there, Jeff.
You could say
It's not on these rolls, bro.
How old is my wife?
Yeah.
She's 50.
Oh, okay.
She's 50. I'm 52.
Yeah, someone could say 29.
All right, bet of 175 here from Kevin DB.
I mean, I see the
Here
great.
now, top pair.
I really did.
Neither of these players particularly lead, and he's going to raise this up.
I get a varied
450 in it? 450 to go.
Some people, like, if they're in their early 20s.
All right, Jeff rolling an 8. Well, you're getting the 8 out of the way
40s thing.
when you're up against a 91. Seems like a good enough time to do it. But GG,
I'm on 35 for sure. It's gonna be.
that one in the notes that up 20. My man Jeff here. All right, so wow, we've got an all-in. Bet 175 raised to 450, then a jam with the Jack 3.
My dad said, well,
Brooks, of course, making the call after raising it on the flop. Here we go. We're just going to run out 4-6, and the queen's playing. The 3
trade Alex said.
isn't.
My hair grows so
And
fast.
Kevin here is going to get himself stacked.
And I used to bitch about it all
on
the
top
time.
pair, no
I started
kicker
haircuts,
here.
And I'm like, you know what? Most people don't have any fucking hair. So
Yeah.
they should be happy.
I'm starting to feel a little. I got a little.
Tough hand there for Kevin. He just going to go with the top pair and hope to make it stick.
You know,
Thank you.
And
I'm starting to get a little bit
I
of
believe he has
a little, like even a
left us.
little here. I'm trying to use a little, whatever it's called.
Seat open live.
Yeah, seat open. Okay.
Finesse roll, I think.
Like how long can you pull that off? Is it like continuous?
I think. I'm
So
gonna
let's see,
survive.
starting the hand with just about 1,000, maybe a little under on a $25 straddle. So you've got somewhere around 40 big blinds to
So I'm
start the
kinda across
hand.
threshold a bit.
I mean, that's definitely short,
That's what I'm saying.
and
That's what I'm saying.
you're
So then
gonna
what's
have
happening?
to
Is it
take a
stress?
stand
Is it
with
like not normal
hands that are maybe
biology
not
going
quite
on?
as good as
Other
you
problems?
normally would when you're playing like 100 big blinds plus.
I'm the old man at the table.
However, top pair no kicker on a board that's pretty well connected. Like your best sort of scenario there is that your opponent has maybe 10-9, 10-8, something like that, where they've got like pair and a straight draw, because there was no flush draw. So there's really just not a ton for your opponent to have that you need. And so even if you're relatively short,
Bet raise jam.
those kind of situations are just going to be really dicey. And yeah, I mean, we can see right there, it's like
Yeah, sure. So I waited till my hair grew
Brooks
out.
has the top pair. He's got the overcard to the board and the gut shot. So even if he's behind something like 9-8 or something like that, he's just gonna go for it. Hope to get bailed out. Has plenty of equity to do so, but did not need it. Queen was all he needed.
Oh,
Not the touch phone.
If I put it on vibrate, it feels good.
Robbie now.
6
Does
raised
not
to
make anything with those
125.
pocket kings on that last hand. Joe here going to come in for an open
I was
125
telling
to
him
go.
with COVID, you couldn't get haircut places, and my daughters saw me watching the 18 one day, and they were like, Daddy, can you do your hair like that? So I took the clippers, and I basically used a mirror and just
Everybody
gave
out of
myself
the way,
a
except for
mohawk.
Brooks, who is going to complete from the straddle. We'll go heads up to a flop.
25 and I didn't. There's like a bald spot halfway through, so there's like a patch here, then a patch down then. Like, we're just working around just
This is a spicy flop if I've ever seen one.
19, I had the fall, like buzz all the
Top
way
two
down
for
and
Joe.
strike, yeah.
Brooks here, pair and a flush draw.
Quite a lot.
Brooks gonna check it over.
Is
Let's
that-
see how he responds to this
I don't know,
C
I'd
bet,
have to see a
150 from Joe. A lot of people will just try to get a bunch of chips in the middle here, but with just bottom pair, you actually, yeah, are gonna, yeah, a little sloppy of a call there, but does just make the call, and I like that. Bingo bango, 7 on the turn, and Brooks, that was definitely one of the cards he wanted to see. Joe going to continue betting for value here, 300 into 560. And now, 3 7s.
Not even close. Just a moment.
And raise this up.
I mean, like the sides definitely need to be shorter. Like, you got a buzz. Yeah.
If Brooks did have a hand like
He's got
ace
like a
9
long
off,
face. Bruce got like a
something, let's see here. Yeah, he could presumably defend his straddle with 8 9 off. He had something like that, and he wanted to semi-bluff. That would probably be the time to do it. It's here on the turn. So he does go for the check raise, 850. Quick call from Joe, and it's another heart here on the end. So trip 7s and the 9 high flush here for Brooks. He has it all.
6 check.
And my goodness, he checks it. He checks it over to Joe, and Joe couldn't be happier about getting to showdown with no more money going in the middle, and
Thank you.
that is tough. I think that, I mean, I guess Brooks is perhaps worried about a bigger flush, or I'm not really sure. There's just not a lot of hands that that Joe is going to get to the river there with that are going to bet. It's pretty much exactly bigger flushes, and that's it. Everything else is just checking and happy to check, like loving life about checking. And when you get to a spot like that, where it's like your opponent is only going to bet hands that beat you, but check everything that you
it's like a refrain,
lose to, then checking to them doesn't really accomplish
Make
anything.
sure that he's got like
You
at
pretty much
least
just
2
always
grand
bet
in there,
yourself,
just so it feels
because like
he's got a stack.
you're gonna get stacked if they just manage to make a big flush. Like you're just gonna get stacked. So you may as well bet. Try to get value from something you beat.
That's a guy I would move to the other side of the street for, you know?
Would have been interesting to see how Joe responded
4 fold.
to a bet there on the end,
5 fold.
I was wearing my BJJ shirt.
whether all in or not.
That's what I'm saying.
Would have been interesting for sure. Was not to be. Cam here going to raise it up 300 to go, and Raul on the button. I think about that for a little bit as he was just trying to get away with one there, opening the button pretty light. Cam will take it down.
Limp, you know?
You got kids, you'll appreciate this.
There we go. Brooks, our biggest winner so
I did it.
far.
I
Cam
wanted to
up a
show my
little
daughters.
bit. Joe and offline stuffed them up. And of course, we did have
Probably positive.
our friend in the one seat who got felted and is no longer with us.
Is she big enough to that?
She's
Like,
nice,
you're
man.
like
My daughters would have been making fun of me right off the
Wait
bat.
till you see the other one, because I went into the other one's room.
Oh shoot, I pushed your power
That's
button.
all right.
Folds around a Cam here on the button.
3 raise 75.
Ace 10 off. Nice hand to open it up with. Brooks will come along to a flop. And Doug here with king queen off. Facing a button open and a small blind call. This is a juicy spot to go for a squeeze.
75.
5 raise to 375.
Doug does indeed go for the squeeze. 375.
375.
Joe waking up with the 10s though, and he is going to cold call this out of the straddle position. Not what Doug had in mind. Cameron's like, oh yeah, no, this is time for me to leave the game. And Brooks now, let's see how he wants to play this. I mean, he's had some success already. He's got a suited double gapper. I mean, it's a bad hand, but you know, sometimes you just feel like you're running good, and you're like, I don't know, let's peel one off out of position against these guys, see what happens. But he does let it go, and here we go, heads up, Joe and Doug. Ace high board, all hearts. Doug has the king of hearts, so he can step firmly on the gas. Oftentimes, this board is just going to either be like he's super far ahead on a board with his range, or he's just been flopped like pretty poorly. He's gonna bet small. I like that. 275. Joe quickly makes the call, and now is the time for Doug to decide. Does he size up and smash this? Put about 1,000 in there. He's only got 2.8K. He is the effective stack, so something like 800 now and 2K on the end is one way to go about this.
Okay. Yeah, my wife grew up in Lake Highlands area.
Okay. I know of it.
Doug here trying to figure out how he's just going to effectively jam. It's not actually all of his chips, but this is an effective jam.
I'm not good.
And let's see what Joe thinks about this one. I mean,
You're way off there. Way better off.
you beat exactly what Doug has, and then you lose to like all of the other stuff that's just like ace king, ace queen, whatever. Doug is just going to sort of casually turn over the queen of clubs.
Come on.
But yeah, he's going to get that one through.
Yeah.
And rather than bet small-ish and then go for it all in on the river, he just opts to put max pressure there on the turn. Makes a lot of sense with his hand
I don't know.
because, I mean, he's going to
thing I know
improve
for sure
to
is
the nuts about 20% of the time, and then the rest of the time,
That's why that's the one he showed.
king high. So yeah, I like it. Let's go, Doug. Patrick F. here in the chat says, hold on,
I was either gonna move in or
go, indeed. Captain Underpairs, the table talk is almost rounding out my commentary. Okay.
Snapping's better than waiting.
I can.
I'd rather be
Let me know in the chat. Drop a 1 in the chat if you want to hear more table and me less. Drop a deuce in the chat if you want to hear more table, less me. Sorry, I think I said the same thing both times. Drop a deuce if you want to hear more me, less table. 1 for table, 2 for me.
I adjust my Doug pre-flop charts a little bit. Move around a little.
But while we're doing that, I am just going to adjust the table audio a little bit down and let me know how that suits you guys.
I mean, maybe 575, right? Oh.
All right, optimizing Brooks here, heads up on a flop.
No, I put 575 out there.
I missed it. I didn't realize.
It's normal sizing.
Oh, only Mondays. 4 calls. Yeah, Thursday's deal, Monday commentator.
Bet of 85 and a
I had it on my
call.
I'm the turn, the king jack, and king high board.
I had it on
I
my
can't call them. I can't call.
9 check.
There's not a lot of people on the call.
6 added on 900.
You
Wait, put that picture up on the
very
picture from the top.
Yeah, I'm on stream.
Check now here on the turn. Optimize is like, yeah, this board is just so completely dry. Like, I can let 8, 9
Too big, man.
see a free card
Yeah, I don't think I'm commenting again.
and go for value on the end.
Should be a fun one.
His opponent does have 8, 9. He might be able to get the hero call. Let's see if he bets, and if so, for how much.
Mine bet 275.
2/3 size here, 275. And Brooks, who does indeed pick up the pair of 9s, not with an 8 kicker, but the best kicker, could very well make the call, and it looks like he will. Well played, optimized. Also just a well played. river. Couldn't have drawn a better card out of the deck for the end there. Could optimize. All right, yeah, thanks guys in the chat for letting me know. What I will do is I will, as long as I don't get any negative feedback about how I just turned the volume down, I'll leave the volume there, and then I will just try to only speak when I have something important to say. Best of both worlds.
Garrett moved yet?
Run the upshot. Thank you very much for that
Started his
comment.
new job,
I also appreciate the action track forward on the left. I like it a lot.
you know, off in his new career. I think that's going to be keeping him away from poker for probably the next 6 to 9 months, because apparently it's pretty
Two
intense.
raises 75, 4
No TCH in Dallas beforehand?
Yeah, he's been binging there for the last 2 weeks in preparation.
5 raises 250, 6 folds, 7 folds, 9 folds.
My daughters do BJJ also, so they've been doing that for like 3
3
years.
raises.
Really good.
All right, spicy hand developing here. Cam opens.
Well, kids
Doug
can't do
3
that.
bets.
Yeah, I know.
And Cam, rather than just call, the ace 8 of diamonds, he is going to
Yes,
re-raise.
like,
650 now to go.
but there's a lot of things like BJJ.
Doug here with the ace king. You can play this one of 2 ways. Call or another raise. He does raise again. These are 2 of the deeper stacks at the table. You would have to expect to play for all of it. So he will just make the call. I actually really like this, not only because it does indeed in this very hand keep Cameron in with a dominated hand,
On the ground,
but
you kind of
that is the goal when you just call with a hand like this, because it's like if you re-raise and you get your opponent to fold ace 8, it wasn't really that good for you. And if you raise and they just have pocket queens and stuff it,
try being a bigger man.
you don't really love that either. King high board. Cam here will continue for a small size. Doug here will peek at his cards one more time. Yep, still have the ace and the king.
So in that situation, BJJ didn't do shit for him.
Nothing's gonna help you if someone's willing to stab you or shoot you.
Right around quarter pot
How long you
from Cam.
have on your
Doug here is going to have a lot of things like pocket tens, pocket jacks, things of that nature that are just going to call. And so Doug does indeed call. Jack here on the turn.
It's not like being on the mat, you know?
Problem for Cam is that he had to pretty much just like stab at it once and then shut it down kind of hand. There's just no card that can come on the turn to improve his equity. And so yeah, now he is with just a full-blown nothing burger and has to decide if he wants to try to push like pocket tens out, which is pretty much the only hand that's left. Maybe pocket queens.
Gordon Ryan and that.
And he is going to go for it.
Boston, and I'm like,
Do they really? Oh, I didn't know that.
1200 here.
I would have went and trained.
I haven't. I did it a little in college and haven't for years and years. So I didn't know.
Doug here really going back to the well to look at those cards.
I'm just way too like all in or all out in most things in my life. And working out is one of them. And like acting. Like,
Doug is going to put it in there now.
And then you kind of lose
it's
interest.
terrible. It's not a good
And
lifestyle.
thing.
interesting. I
Would you
tend
hand
to
it like you
think
are there, Cam?
that the flat call there is going to net you more money in the long run. Doug perhaps just not interested in making any more decisions in the hand, which is sometimes just like when the pot gets really big, you're just kind of like, I don't know, I don't really want to think about this much more because
Do you think that's a
it's just kind of stressing me out. And I'm not saying that's exactly what was going on, Doug, but you know, if he were really to take the time and think it through, he may come to the conclusion that, look, if my opponent is bluffing, then I should give them another opportunity to bluff. If my opponent actually has a real hand,
75.
then me going all in is just going to be exactly what they want. And so you really kind of only do what they want you to do by going all in.
Nine full.
Right?
First
Like,
big one.
if he was going to bluff the river, now he's like, cool, I don't have to bluff the river anymore. Like, I just got bailed out of having to go for it for the third street. Because I can just fold now. And
Play every hand.
if I ever have aces or kings or jacks, I'm just going to snap you off
Mr.
and
Splashy
love life.
tonight.
Anyways, that's enough about that hand. Let's move along.
Thank you.
All right, Jeff going to be joining us on the table here momentarily. Very good. Looking forward to it, man. Drive safe on your way over.
Straight down.
All right, let's take a look at the net earnings here. Up almost 3K for Doug. Brooks, 1.75 thereabouts.
No, now that he just said that, it's all over.
Yeah, now it's all bluffs.
Yeah.
I think so. Got some Thursday night football kicking off here pretty soon. Don't have any players on my fantasy teams,
Keep it 80.
of which I lost both games last week, which was really frustrating. Lost both games by single-digit points. And had I sort of shuffled things around between my bench and my starters, I would have won both of them. So, a frustrating week. 2 and 3 in both leagues. Not a great place to be. But it is what it is. Let me know in the chat if Travis Kelce, the Josh Jacobs, the Devontae Adams big games, if those impacted you in your fantasy league. All right, raised to 400 here from Cam. Zach on the button. Going to re-raise, makes it 1,000 now. Raul, who in this for 75, is going to take one more peek at the ace-4 of diamond before he sends that back in. The only other option here is to go all in, but it's for such a trivial amount more that it would be a massive torch. If you're deep enough that you can bluff the ace-4 suited, like, I mean, a little bit maniacal, but you could go for it. Certainly for 700 more, it's not going to get the job done, so he does wisely let that go. Back over to Cam here, 600 to call. Problem for him is he would be playing this hand out of position. And he is up against Zach, and these two players have a lot of experience together, so Cam knows that Zach can be doing this fairly light. It's not unreasonable for him to just punch it all in here. Instead, he's going to call and play the ace-queen off out of position. Stack to pot ratio just over 1. 9 high flop, couple of clubs.
Did you see the middle card?
Brilliant flop for Zach, not what Cam had in mind. The problem with calling with a hand like ace-queen out of position is that you're going to miss a lot, and when you do, your opponent is just going to bet, and then what the hell do you do?
Oh,
I said I'll probably do one later.
gotcha.
850 here from Zach. 40% pot. An uncomfortable bet size here from Zach because Cam, yeah, it just sort of puts him in a place where he's like, do I have fold equity if I go all in? I certainly can't call, like even if I think I might have the best hand here every once in a while, because stack to pot ratio is just going to be so low at that point, like I'm just going to have to put the rest of the money in on the turn for whatever reason, just with my ace high. So well played there, Zach. Max pressure gets the job done. And a couple of tough spots there for our boy Cam.
Interesting.
I had esports suited. I was very close to Justin.
If he jams, you jam? Yeah. Fuck, I fold.
What did you have? Flop was 9-3 deuce, is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you want to see, you know?
Love the profile pic there on the RF Poker little profile spot for Cam. Shot of him from the WSOP main event when he had that deep run.
That won't bring you love.
Just in case. He does.
Wow! Right there. See that?
Zach, not a believer in the 9 triz. Nobody else a believer in anything they've seen up to this point. Cam on the Queen 10 certainly believes in at least the value of raising. Does make it 100 to go. Brooks here, Jack 9 off.
I thought that was Mosquito, Josh.
Yeah. I mean, I did that like
He's going to call.
a year ago.
But he's not doing that right now, though, so this is the way.
Doug, 5 deuce suited.
Is
Not
Mosquito
going to peel
this
one
spot
off
right now,
for
or-
another 75 bucks.
It's been a while.
Playing up the hand in position, suited 2-gapper. I don't know.
He's the fucking best dude. He's a really good guy, Josh.
Not a great hand, don't get me wrong. But a lot of people are going to call that.
75. Seems to be doing all right.
Brooks will flop the second pair. Will call.
He just sit down.
And now Cam making third pair on the
plays
turn.
normal game.
Likely to go check, check.
Cool to have ABC players like you at it. It's easy for
Played,
him to exploit.
Josh played my game a couple of times.
Where's Abby?
3 check.
Abby has a routine. I'll say that.
Have you ever been to Josh's friendly game? Or check?
Does. And here we go to a river. Cam going to need to pick up
I'm sure.
So
a
much
queen
I'll come in and
And-
out. I'll probably know.
or a king.
He'll go around his
Find
man
it.
cave and show you all the awesome stuff he
Does
has.
complete some front door
Decorator,
spade draw. Neither player
and these
controlling a
cool
spade. So yeah, probably just checky once more.
Brooks
Brooks here every once in a while could go for some thin value against the 10.
Yeah, it does. Of course.
I want to be like Josh
The
when I grow up.
standard
That's
play
what
is
I told
just going to be a check behind.
him. That's the thing.
When do y'all use mosquito drill? I have one.
Chunky size here from Brooks. If his thought process is indeed to go for value against a 10 size, just a mite bit big, as a 10 is going to look at that and be like, I
There's a
don't
whole
think
different thing going on.
how the
there.
hell
That's
can I
a
call
lot.
that?
This is a complex situation.
Hang out every day.
King 10, the king of spades is more likely to raise you, sort of check raise you, I think, than anything. I don't know, there's just not really a good hand to target for that size, I think. You never know. Sometimes you get a guy wearing a cape next to you, and he's going to look you up, pay you that money. Zach here, UTG, 5-4 suited. He will open it up for 75. Joe just going to play the 9s as a call. Pretty reasonable against the under the gun opener. And not the flop he was looking for. Ace, king, queen. And you got pocket 9s is not lovely. Zach here will c-bet this at 100% frequency. 5 high, we'll take it down.
That's the flop you wanted, right? 31.
Turn the river was enough.
Got a nice little promo going on here at Texas Card House. Check on in to TCH Austin by 4 p.m. And that doesn't mean on Saturday. That means anytime before 4 p.m. on Saturday. for your chance to win tickets for Austin FC playing on Sunday at 2 p.m. So you want to get yourself out to see some soccer? Check on into TCH Austin anytime before 4 p.m. on Saturday for your opportunity to win.
I really like this, but
I still haven't been to an FC game.
Really like what?
I think it'd be fun.
Oh,
So I'll have to muster the troops and get a crew together. Go out there and check it out. Let me know in the chat if you
Do you have a hand?
are into soccer. I don't even know if Austin FC is any good right now. I do not follow soccer enough to actually keep up with these sorts of things. But like, just like I don't follow baseball, like I'll go to a baseball game. I don't care if it's the local team or an actual MLB team. Like I'll go and watch that game and eat hot dogs and drink beer and have a jolly good time.
my friend owed me 1 year. He is 32.
Zach and Cameron here getting tangled up once again. More big hands crashed into each other here.
Plug it in. They got to like.
And right now he
Open to 75, 3-bet to 300. Zach here playing this one from the straddle.
if off day,
Cam here very likely to go for a fourth bet.
Yeah.
And I suppose
Yeah, was that a,
Zach will just punch
he was
this
telling me
in.
about that, was that like a mistake and he just flew into the wrong?
750
no.
Yeah, he flew into Houston and then had
is
to
bet
go.
here from Cam, leaving himself only
But like, did he
1.5
just not flew
behind.
out? Like, did he think,
I don't know. I think he might have thought that they were like closer.
Yeah, I suspect this is just going to be an all-in
Your family is big,
from
you
Zach.
your family and
I guess
they
if you're
want to
not
be involved in
familiar
the
with
Does indeed grab a fistful of chips, puts them across the line. Snap call from Cam,
all in call.
You don't have a big family or they live in
and
7
just rip it.
bet enough
Just
to
rip
put
it.
Campbell. So he
Back here, going to need to find an ace or run out some sort of
yes.
disgusting
I believe they said multiple.
straight or flush.
Once? Okay, only one time next game. Open up.
Just about 5K in the middle. Here we go. Rip it, rip it. Ace in the window. How good does it feel if you're Zach? How terrible does it feel if you're Cam? One king left in the deck, doesn't come on the end, and that is going to be ship it over to Zach. Tough spot there for Cam. Got it in, good. Got it in way ahead. And when you run it one time and your opponent finds one of their outs, you're just toast.
Because technically you can. Yeah,
I got the white.
Mow the
toast,
cat,
so
yeah, that's
don't
stash.
play on that game at
Indeed
all.
it is.
It's only for tips. I'm like, well, that's what I got it for.
Ragnar here says Austin FC is second place in their conference, right above Dallas. In your face, Dallas. Indeed. All right, good to know. Well, that's pretty good. Second place in their conference. Feels like they're crushing.
Yeah, someplace.
Poker Monkey could not care less about soccer. Understandable position.
I have like
I feel
5 or 6 different World Series championships
uh,
that I played
relatively ambivalent about it. It's not necessarily that I just like,
back when it was baby.
and you know, I don't suspect that you have some sort of
I had like 4 from the Rio, from like the Maine.
real animosity towards soccer. It's just not something that is engaging to you, and I feel sort of similarly. I think, yeah, there's just something about NFL football where I get into the fantasy sports. I like watching the game. I don't know. It's just engaging for me and for other people. Soccer, baseball, basketball, whatever it is. Floats your boat.
But you.
All right, so we get everything counted down. We find out that Cam did indeed get stacked. All those chips moved over, and Cam going to re-enter
He's in for 5.
for, was it 5K, I believe.
Wish it was done.
Don't we all? It's fucking hard to do.
Jeff says World Cup is next month. Now's the perfect time to get into soccer. I do like soccer during World Cup because you got like the group stage, and then you get into the knockout stage. Like, it's very exciting, and the fans around the world are just so into it that, to me, that is very exciting. And of course, the U.S. is always good for a couple of good matches before they flame out.
I had 4 stacks of black.
You even said Merry Christmas. It's Christmas time.
No, I don't believe in those.
Oh, very cool. Ragnar here, seemingly following the soccer
You said
quite
Merry
closely.
Christmas.
Oh, I think I did. But that wasn't a stack.
Fair. It wasn't a stack.
Yeah, Jeff, we do have a spot for you. I imagine that you are on your way, probably just at a traffic light or something.
I don't think I
Who has stack?
But got a spot for you.
It's always in the window.
Seeing it here momentarily.
Oh, yeah.
All right, 5, 10, 25.
That Derek, Asian Derek, who's like bigger and a maniac, said sicko. He stacked me
He's
once.
so crazy.
I had set over set to Westlake on January 1st of this year at Lodge, and
Three
then
raised
I love how you know the date.
he did fucking 3-bet
At
10s in
4:52
position.
p.m.
You had zero chance of getting away. None.
4:32 p.m.
It was probably about that time.
That was later.
It was 8, 10, 9 flop, and I had 9s, and he had 10s. But how does he not 3-bet 10s in
Where'd you
position?
raise from?
What? Probably plus 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I just figured he's more aggressive.
Thank you.
This is a draw heavy board, too. It's
Fun little story there from Doug.
Clarified.
like 3,500 effective.
Our guy on the bus
We were
is
playing
almost
5-10.
here. The
Yeah.
Houston bus
just
is
had 35.
almost arrived.
Wow. So exciting.
All right, taking a look there at the VPIPs optimized, holding
Bringing action with him.
down to the 4 under the Lottie line, 11.7%. Raul the next lowest. Doug all the way up over 20%. Would you look at that?
Oh,
Cam here
Just
keeps waking up with real hands, and they haven't treated him very well here so far tonight.
But I've been stacked twice.
Okay, cool. So we'll have a full
But I've been
table
stacked 2
shortly.
times this year, and those were them.
That's nice.
In the hand against
4 folds,
Derek,
5 folds,
it was like a
6
4-bet.
folds.
That's a true G-Gen. Gotta check those cards.
It was a 4-bet
folds.
pot. I had ace, king suited, he had pocket aces, and it was like a
Joe
board,
had
like
pocket king,
Jack 10, 8.
was not at the table to
Said,
play them.
please don't do that again.
Doug looks at them
Thank
before he
you.
pushes them into the muck and is like, eyebrows to the ceiling. Wow, okay.
I'm doing this, playa. No.
And yeah, that hand goes nowhere. Had Joe been at the table,
I know
he
it's.
would have had
I know it's so
pocket
juicy.
king.
You just can't wait. You already know. You already know. But yeah, there's some stuff you find.
Sometimes you like rush back and you get your hand ready, like you lose a huge pot. I guess that's all independent.
He already knows he's gonna fall. He's looking for the next hand.
And Kristen said not to do
Under the
that. 5
gun,
raises
huh?
75, 6 fold, 7 fold, 9 fold.
Doug here. King Jack. He'll raise this up. Raul though.
2
Ace
fold,
Jack. Just gonna make the call.
3 fold, 4 fold.
And everybody else bows out. So heads up, Doug in a dominated position, but does get to play in position. 9 high flop. This is anybody's pot. Raul here gonna check, and this is not a terrible board for Doug's range. Like Raul calling out of the small blind, yes, he can have some like 10-9 suited, some Jack-9 suited, things like that, but it's not a ton of hands. Pocket 5s, pocket 7s, certainly.
Thank you.
Raul does just take a stab at it there with the best hand on the turn. Takes it down. Poker Monkey, yes, the Lottie line is 15%. The Doug line is 12%. He is way over that.
Only twice, probably. We haven't played that much. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember. That's what I don't know.
Maybe only twice. You don't remember the date of the other stack?
Yeah, the date,
Color up
the date
on
is set over
mine.
set. You don't remember?
June 6th.
Straddle, please.
My mom's birthday, I remember.
Oh, okay. When it rains, no, it's the opposite.
No, all the hours we played together probably is a little bit of commentary on how you and I play. That we wouldn't have stacked each other. At
Yeah.
any point.
I feel like the longer you play with someone.
Or 1,300 behind it in the play.
Whereas
All right, 75 to go here from Raul on the button. And Doug not going to go for it with the 7 Dewey.
Also, by
So quick raise and take it
lines of 2 5s.
for Raul.
Yeah, it's like impossible.
I mean, not really. This size, it's like
Looking there at the
My guess
earnings,
is both
Zach
you guys generally
up
cover the
3.7. Doug
I
2.7.
mean, like that hand with the PLO.
Brooks up a healthy
That's
amount
like-
as well.
Line.
Like when you pot with the PLO and you're not all in, like that's a freaking deep step game.
Oh wait, it's a Mando, so.
Yeah, we're going to put the 25 in
Yeah.
for Joe, even though he's not at the table.
Should
That is
go.
the way we roll here on TCH Live. If you're going to play on the live stream, but you step away, you are going to pay the blind.
Big line, please. 7 gold, 9 gold. 6 gold.
Doug here betting an infinite amount to steal the $25
Did that
from
scare you though? You were in
his
a hurry.
neighbor.
because I didn't look at my hand.
That was more like 12 gold.
What if he said, hold?
He's like right behind. Yeah, and he has kings again.
Yeah, Doug here
I mean, it was
laughing about how he could have just set himself up for
Like how you made
a
that
nasty
joke and
spot
you
had
sped
he
up really quick.
Free money.
had he made that giant raise and his opponent was close enough to be like, oh no, I'll look at my hand. Wakes up with a big one,
Donate it to women's
snaps him
rights,
off.
pro-abortion, good causes.
Bernie,
9 gold,
right on strip.
2 gold, 3 gold,
Pretty raggy hands going on here.
5 gold, 6 gold.
Even Doug not a believer in the ace-4 here. Going up against Zach out of position. He's just literally just going to fold, and that's another walk.
I don't know, maybe he's smoking?
So an unfortunate dynamic here with Joe walking away from the table is kind of
Little slick.
not spice in the action. Carl, sometimes on the one camera view that we've got, I'm not exactly sure what it is, if it's a lens issue or just an internal focus issue, but yeah, that one camera, yeah, the C3 camera, yeah, has got some sort of issue. So we are trying to do a little bit of troubleshooting to get that figured out, but unfortunately, I'm not the tech guy here, so I couldn't tell you what exactly is wrong with it. But I do want to apologize for that.
9 gold, what's that?
Saranda Slot. I don't know if I said that correctly, but says Best Live Poker Online with love from Scotland. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you.
And John here says, real power move getting massage at the table. Well, hell yeah. I mean, Callie is fantastic massage therapist, licensed from Texas Royal Touch. Just got a massage from her earlier myself. So Zach has good taste, and yeah, indeed it is a bit of a power move, and also just a mighty fine way to spend your time hanging out with your buddies playing poker. Get a little tune-up on the old neck and shoulders. Appreciate it, Carl. Always do welcome the feedback. Thank you so much for your comment, for tuning in.
They're getting difficult, thank you.
More napkins going in the bin here.
5 gold,
Seems like it's just a rush of cards all at once, or a lot of nothing.
100.
Zach here, gonna make it 100 to go. Raul, the only player left to defend, and he will not do so. So we got Saranda Slot. I'm sure that's not how that's meant to be said, but that's what my brain has to do. So Saranda slot in Scotland. Let me know in the chat where you guys are hanging out. I'm here in Austin, Texas, believe it or not.
I do remember that.
And if anybody is from around this area and you want to play on the live stream,
You're good.
you can find the information underneath the YouTube video to sign up, give us your information, let us know when you want to play. You can also do the same sign-up form to try to get on the games up in Dallas at our TCH location up in Dallas, Texas. So if you are interested in coming on down, hanging out with us, we'd love to see you. And we'll do our best to get you in the lineup for the live stream of your choice. Heads up here between Cam and Joe. No ace, no 10, no 4. Joe, the original Razor pre-flop, is going to bet 125, and Cam is just going to fold this straight away. Ace high oftentimes going to be worthy of a float. It does suck when you're out of position and you don't have a ton of backdoor equity, but 2 overcards to the board is always a decent amount of equity. But it's not to be. Here we go, $25 PLO bomb pot. Already been live for an hour. The time has just been flying by, so here we are. I guess Jeff must live on the moon, as it is taking him quite a while to get here. But I kid, of course. It's not quite rush hour anymore, but the tail end of the traffic out there, perhaps still gumming things up for our man Jeff. Should be joining us in the 1 seat here at some point. I guess Caitlin perhaps just not going to make it. Ooh, unfortunate. I've just gotten word. Got some car issues. I know all about that, as I have just most recently gotten my truck all sorted out. Brand new, actual quality fuel injectors. Keeping my truck running nice and healthy. All right, a couple of flops out here. Zach has a deuce. Doug has a deuce. Optimize has 2 queens for top set on the top board. He is the player driving the action. Bets pot for 150. Cam will make the call here. He has the bottom end of the wrap on the top board. Top pair on the bottom board. Doug's going to call with just the deuce and pretty much no equity on top unless he hits some sort of random 4. Backdoor butt flush draw, I suppose. And backdoor club flush draw. Okay, so Doug had a little bit more working for him than I gave him credit for, but still kind of a sketchy spot with just a deuce. Does have the best hand on bottom though. Checks to Optimize, who is going to bet 500 into a pot of 6. And that is going to get the job done, as nobody with enough to continue to the increased aggression. Optimized on top, Bo feeling real comfortable about the strength of his hand. Picked up some spade equity on bottom as well as a gut shot, so plenty of chances for him to scoop as well. Jeff here is at the Spicewood exit, so very close. All right, very good. We will see you soon here, Jeff.
I was telling a Bernie. That's a wishful thinking.
Poker Monkey here in the chat chopped a $2,300 bomb pot on the 2-5 table yesterday. 2 other guys got quartered. Nice. Well done, sir. Does always feel good to be the guy that gets half the pot. You kind of get to sit there smugly as the dealer chops it up, and you're like, yeah, I'll take the lion's share. Give these scrubs the scraps. Does feel nice.
Thank you.
Brooks here, just going to take this one down. No resistance. Yeah, hopefully Skullbone pops up here later on in the stream. All right, $25 straddle is on. Joe here. Under the gun, 75 to go. 10-9 suited. Raul here on the button. Jack 9 off. Drawn up a 3-bet to 200.
3 folds.
And Brooks now with a couple of black 5s. Anytime you're facing the prospect of cold calling
5
a 3-bet, it really doesn't feel good. So instead, he's going to 4-bet, cold 4-bet with the pocket 5s. Wow. I mean, this is a move. I like it. He's just going to take this down. Wow. All right. I would say the vast majority of the time, people are just going to sort of grumble and fold. Brooks here will not back down. He says, no, I got a pair. It's probably best. You guys get out of here. Cold 4 from the blind. Looks strong. Maybe I have it.
Can they make the TV
Maybe you
screens
don't.
on here prime for the football?
Yeah, they
Oh,
can.
I almost fucking freaked out.
Is it on?
No, not yet. It's like the worst game of the
Where's
year.
Carolyn been? Well, she's got a new puppy,
Let me know when
which has been
So
keeping
sad.
her a little bit occupied. And
Defense and two.
no, to be perfectly honest, I have just been remiss in reaching out to her with appropriate enough time to get her in here with me. So this is my reminder right now to reach out to Carolyn after the show and see if she can join me next week.
What do you think of my team?
Just I guess next week we won't have a show on Thursday. That's right. But we will be back on the air the following Thursday. So maybe I'll try to get her in with me on Monday.
Yeah.
I think I would take this potential.
Not this coming one, but the following one, because I will be doing a special broadcast. John Party and Friends. Anyways, I will get Carolyn in here. Again, that is the long and the short of it.
5-bet 200.
4 players to a flop here. Doug flops best with top pair, top kicker, backdoor spades. Joe has a gut shot and 1 overcard.
On the
Could
Monday
see
live
him
stream for Halloween, can everyone just
doing
dress
something
up?
spicy here.
Can it be like a group effort? 6
Said he's just going to call,
9 folds.
optimize his turn
2 is out of
to play the 5s, and he will just sort of fold them.
4 folds, heads up.
All right, heads up here, Doug and Joe. Deuce on the turn. 4-5 gets there. That's about it. Doug happy to continue going for value, 350 for a half pot. Joe here not done with this hand quite yet, it seems. If he is going to continue, it should definitely be as a raise, as his hand will not have enough chances to improve by the river to merit just calling. And he is going to raise to, is that 850? This is a small raise. 850 is very small. This is basically just a size that is like, if you have like nothing here, if you just have like ace high, you're just gonna like roll your eyes and fold. But the problem is it doesn't really put anything under pressure. I mean, I guess like if Doug were for some reason just betting 5s and 4s here to like deny equity from 7-8, or I mean, I don't know. I kind of struggle to find a line where Doug ends up with a hand that isn't just like snap fold or continue. But Doug, oh, it's gonna work. It is going to work. It looks too fishy. He's like, what? Only 500 more, and top pair, top kicker, and by far and away the best hand goes into the muck here from Doug. So Joe playing his opponent perfectly there.
I should be doing differently next time.
This little tickle of a raise just looks way too strong, and here I am thinking that it's not big enough to inspire fear, and in fact, it's too small to do anything other than terrify the man. Poker Monkey, what's the deal next Thursday? Why no show? Well, let's see. Well, David did tell me, and I'm going to be perfectly honest, I already forgot. But I think we may be revamping some things. We've got a new computer set up. After the computer died last Thursday, we got a brand new computer. We got everything hooked up. It's running great. Things are Gucci, but it may have something to do with security updates. Okay, that's right. We are potentially, or we are definitely going to be improving the security. Given everything that's going on, I think that is the right move.
7 check.
Zach here makes it to a flop.
Figured it best you had a 9.
Makes top pair. Raul, though, way ahead. Checky, though. Raul playing this one trappy. And now is the time to start building a pot for yourself. If you're not going to bet the flop. 2/3 here from Raul. And Zach here, pretty standard check call. Sort of hoping that his opponent has
See, it's uncomfortable.
clubs or
Stabbing his head,
anything
he
really,
would be
the king 10,
popping
whatever.
your body out of
Zach
his
here,
soul.
yeah, correctly, just going to check this over like Raul, just really shouldn't be betting unless he has a bluff at this point.
You bet 150.
Tiny little bet here, 150, less than half pot. Zach will take one more peek here, but and you're just calling. No sense in raising. I mean, I guess if you thought you could push your opponent off of a chop, but yeah, I think it's just a call.
She may like being played.
Yeah, I would probably. Chop.
Yeah, chop it up. Aces and 4s with the queen on board. This player's going to profit a massive $10 and $5 respectively.
That's your
Failed execution.
Thank you. I mean, I don't love being pregnant because thank you. It's really weird. Like I'm not the kind
Chris
of
Check joining us
mom that's
from
like, "It's so
Poland.
beautiful
So it's too
here."
cold there right now. Well,
Shit, do you see these arms
yeah,
coming out of my belly?
we
It's
are
so
getting a
weird.
quote-unquote cold front coming
But
through
we
the
are
Austin
gonna
area
be
here
doing
before
it
long, and it's going to
back-to-back
bring our
to it
temperatures
minutes.
down
So
to
I'm
the
already
low
gonna have
70s
to
from
do
what I
it
understand,
for the next couple years, so yeah.
which is going to be lovely, but nowhere near what I presume you are dealing
I
with
wanted
up there in Poland.
6 of hearts,
Doug here didn't want to
Some
play the
people like
6 of
want to have
hearts,
them.
so
2 folds,
just toss it
3
back.
fold. I'm getting a girl, so I'm gonna shoot for another boy. 4 fold, and then whatever 5 folds, whatever comes after that is like fine.
Folds over to Joe in the small blind.
6
10
threes to 75,
off, we'll make it
7
75.
fold, 9 fold.
And Optimize will not defend his double down
Like
hand.
the last male in my bloodline to carry on the name, so I really wanted a boy. Not that I don't love my daughters when they watch this, but when we went for the sonogram, they're like, oh, okay, so the first one is a girl, and I'm like, what? And they're like, the first one's a girl, and they're like, and the second one, oh, the second one's a girl too, and I was like, check that again.
Check that again.
And they were like, well, we could be wrong, you know, it's still early.
Yeah, they always say that, but they mean we freaking know.
Yeah.
Women keep their last names sometimes, you know, things might change.
3 fold.
We got 10, 20 years, social,
Brooks here with a real hand.
never know. I wouldn't bet on it, but
Yeah, but even if one of my
wouldn't bet on
daughters,
your name, sir.
G1.
You know.
even if one of my daughters kept their last name, when they have
Going
kids,
to
the kids gonna
really size up here. This is a 7x open.
Well, there you go.
5
So-
fold.
Doug can't believe it.
6
Pretty much.
fold,
If they follow through with
7
that.
Going to fold
Maybe
the
she'll,
king
maybe I'll
jack.
marry someone with the same last
Begrudging.
name.
That is possible.
How about that?
Maybe we can move to like West Virginia.
It is
Or they'll
always
have, or they'll have
a little
like,
bit odd.
So they have the same last name.
or the guy they marry has such a like ridiculous last name.
He decides
When
He's like
like the
anything I
standard
can do
open
to
size
change
is
it.
3x, maybe 3.5
I know
or
a
4.
guy,
Like,
you know,
petting
people
the
basically
sun or something,
always
right?
I know a guy back.
right around that area. And then all of a sudden someone goes like 6, 7, or 8x. You're like, wait, what the hell is that hand? Like,
He wants to be
did
Italian.
you just lose your mind with
He
aces
married
and
an Italian
bet huge?
and took her last
Or
name
do you have a hand that like totally blows and you don't want
so that
anybody
he
to
can be
call?
more Italian.
You get like 10-7 suited. You're like, I don't really want to raise, but because I'm going to, instead of fold, I'm going to make it 7x and hope that you all just go away.
Like, I'm not gonna have my husband to take care of me my whole life.
Even if y'all were
In
the
that
same
case, it's
age.
just
Yeah,
basically-
yeah.
Kicker problem says dropped below freezing in Montana
They
last
have
night.
all the advantages other than
There you have it.
Daniel.
It is October, and I remember shit. Even in Colorado, October time,
As soon as I headed down to
that time of year, started getting chilly. There were plenty of years back when I was a little kid that we'd go out trick or treating and there'd be
The
snow on
girls
the
will
ground,
like run off and do their thing. Very cool, but if I
or
can get
snow
a
in
boy
the
who
air,
can,
perhaps.
like,
All right, raised to 200 here from Brooks. Another large sizing cam makes the call. Pocket 9.
read
King high here for Brooks. Toppy.
Oh yeah, if I'm a good mom. If I'm a good mom. Which
And
I'm
with
gonna try
four
to be.
15 in the middle, Brooks is going to hammer this.
See, well, that's what I'm gonna need it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, fucking drink, eat.
And just let Cam off the hook.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to be like dropped off in like a nursing home for the rest of my life or something.
Cam will feel like he just kind of got bullied there a little bit, but at the end of the day, given that
I'm
was
just
the
a
flop,
shark at the nursing home at
He's
85. What a
actually
life.
quite fortunate that
Mechanic
that
in the
left.
deck against all the old people.
Right.
Definitely could have convinced himself to peel off a turn, as I think the standard there is going to be a small bet in position. Your opponent check calling a lot, especially with hands like pocket nines. Check folding a bunch of junk because they're in the straddle, so they're going to defend with a bunch of junk. Even for that large size. Okay, for that large size, it was 8x open. I guess you're not going to have that much junk anymore, but yeah, just a fortunate
You have been talking to me?
flop for Brooks and a nice chunky bet size, able to just get Cam right out of there.
You raised it to
All right, Raul here with hooks.
four,
Make this 250 over the open from Zach.
Are you still getting these texts from everyone?
I mean, I get them all.
And Zach not going to go for it. Yeah, the King 10 is the player that has shown a tendency to mostly call here. So far this evening, basically the 3-bet, he is just going to let it go. Makes sense?
I think you're at the lodge head for some reason.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, he wouldn't play 5, but he'll come up 2-5.
Freaking check.
That guy's
Oh, I think you can lock it.
You're the
Do it
straddle
all the way up. I
though.
think you can like push in
Play with him
a
live.
lever or something.
I played with him a couple times, like really late.
Yeah, he's
Like if it like pushes in.
Yeah, and like
good to have around.
Should be on the
Yeah.
right
He'll
side.
play pretty solid for a while, but
Oh, it's on you.
No, you're under the gun.
once he's
And your
had
card's
between
in
like
hand.
45 and 60 beers, like
you gotta wait. to go over the cliff.
but it's a pretty high clip.
It is
6
a
fold, 7 fold, 9
say,
fold,
I mean,
2 fold.
His consumption makes Josh look like he's in a.
4 call.
Brooks will cheekily make the call. Doug here will look at a couple of kings, and wow, Doug is just going to pounce for 200 here. Trying to make this look like some sort of squeeze, and the cheeky little play here from Doug is going to get called by Brooks. I mean, he's got a nice hand in that, like, he's either just going to, like, super whiff, or he's going to drill a hand that will be happy to put a bunch of money in. My goodness, how does that happen?
5.
And he just leads out for 500 over pot. These two players seemingly have some history. Doug here is going to call, as you have to when you have kings. A 7, now a freaking one-liner to a straight. Brooks quickly checks. Doug is like, please, God, can we get to showdown with no more money going in? Jack of diamonds here on the end. Let's see if Brooks checks again. Let's Doug off the hook. And we bet $5.
Can't bet $5.
Or, yes, 10.
Yeah, he had to bet $10.
And
What on earth?
Raise.
All right, yeah, Doug is like, whatever it is. Whatever, it does not matter what the amount is, as long as it is not
what is going
a,
on?
like, 1,000
I
that I
no
might have
idea.
called.
It's just
It's
Technically
just
just
10.
10.
Yeah, the blind.
He's like, I have kings. I have kings. I lose to kings. Or just to 9-6.
You know why did I call you the 200? Last time. This is good.
No, they don't have to go
Sim
based
card.
off of the 25 strat.
Brooks here's like, I had these cards before.
Yeah,
It's
I gotta
$10.
win.
$10.
It's not
You're gonna take
25.
10 to 5 if you say.
Doug, you literally
There we go.
put $5
There you have it.
out there when he's hands
All right.
Last
So,
time is 9.
$10 value bet there
I
from
know
Brooks on
he
the
got
end
me.
gets
I think
paid
he
off.
could have abandoned it though, right?
No,
Yeah,
it's a
same
call.
thing.
Pretty
Just
tough
watch.
spot there for Doug.
Yeah, but he only had 5 out at the time. Surely he could
I
have
play
abandoned
against
shit.
Brooks too much. I'm so used to his $5.
Pardon me.
I'm serious. The other day we were playing at like 7 in the morning.
All right, taking a look there at the earnings. Zach's still up the most, 3 3/4.
It's just like $5 on the river.
Alright, right now.
You like always have to call it.
Alright, 5, 10. I know that it's 10, not 5.
Yeah,
Okay,
10.
10.
10
Okay.
is your 5 today for
Alright.
Sevenfold, nice.
All right, Thursday night football underway. The Chicago Bears against the Washington Commanders.
Fivefold.
That's an exciting matchup if I've ever heard of one.
Man, good folds, everybody. Good
Really? Not last time is 9-6 diamond. Because last time is 9-6 diamond, they had 9-6 diamond again.
Oh. Oh, like a lucky hand kind of.
Maybe. Yeah.
It sounds like a man with a roulette strategy.
I love a good roulette strategy.
I got a strong roulette. That's the last number.
And the 7 jet, turn and river. Oh shit, it means
I think you just sit around the table for long enough, you can notice it's leaning to, a certain quadrant.
Yeah, that's a green.
Doug would bet green.
All right, Raul here, first act. He is going to open the King 10 off.
No, I've never played roulette in my life.
That doesn't even
Fourth
pay
call.
like crazy.
Brooks is going to call on the button with the King Jack off.
8-1.
No squeeze opportunities in the
Green,
blind.
just green. Oh, not just
We'll go heads up between these two players.
Green would be what? So it'd be,
Other jet.
yeah,
well, it depends.
18 or 20 or something. I don't know.
10 high, all spades
How
though.
much juice they're
A
taking.
little bit of something for both players. You can see the equity
I know a couple
split
people in Atlantic
just
City
about
Four
even.
greens, right?
Raul
bump up
with
their
the top
loyalty
pair
points. Well, it depends. You can get
bet
a single
100, and Brooks will oblige.
They get a single zero.
Ace of spades now the best card in the deck for Brooks in terms of making his hand the best one.
And then if they lose that, they double it plus go up 200.
Perhaps
And then
going to be
eventually
challenging for him to
they
get
bump up
paid.
their loyalty
Quickly
points.
checks back though
As long as you don't run out of money, you're good.
Right.
to
Yeah, they go in like
disguise
3
the
grand.
strength of his hand. Presume Raul is just going to check though once again with the pair of 10s and hope that Brooks will check
Chances of getting, like,
behind.
7 rolls
For
in a row that don't hit
a
black.
reason that I could not describe, Raul is going to bet 350
Yeah, but then when you have the juice, you lose like
with his 10.
That's why you just have to keep.
Yeah, and every time you win like $100. It's sick.
And Brooks can't believe his fortunes. He's like, yeah,
Right.
I have
And
the
every
nuts.
once in a while, they'll hit like 2 or 3 blanks
you
in a
bet
row, and they'll
full
just
pot.
put their bet back down and start all over.
Time to grab a fistful of
They just
chips
play for like
and see if I can
20,
get
25
paid by the
minutes,
Queen
and
of
they pick up.
Spades.
4 raise.
It's it's a 1 fistful of chips for the raise, 1.1K or 1050 rather, and yeah, quick fold there from Raul.
Thank you.
Always nice when you got the nuts and somebody bets full pot into you. Oh, that is a special feeling. That is a special feeling.
no. You say you don't have girlfriend. You don't have. You're not married.
All right,
Don't
Brooks
like me.
steadily climbing the ladder
I
here.
scare you.
3.6K in the black,
Don't tell me like me.
right on Zach's field.
Did I miss something?
I just confessed to blood. Got rejected in front of everyone.
You want me to lose? I'm like, no, I like you. I want you.
So my opponent in one of my fantasy football leagues is actually starting Carson Wentz, who had a reasonable start to the season in a couple of those blowout losses where he just had to throw a bunch. But he has not been a good quarterback. Am I wrong about the position rank 5? Am I just completely out to left field? Yeah, it's those. Yeah, it's those first 2 games where he actually just had to throw for over 300 yards and a bunch of touchdowns. Yeah, and then since then has been pretty tame. I suppose he had a decent game against Tennessee. But I suspect that this is going to be kind of a grind out game against Chicago, in Chicago. I mean, I've got to imagine this is like one of the lowest scoring over-unders in the league this week. Could be wrong. There's our buddy Jeff popping in over there next to Optimize, who is on a couple of 9s right now.
He's still on the bus.
Yeah, I thought he was.
Facing a raise to 160.
He doesn't even know what we're talking about. Somebody flew into Houston instead of Austin to come play on the stream. And then he had to get on a bus to come here.
You going on a mega bus? Really?
How you got stuck in these?
9 check, 2 check.
By the time he gets here, we're gonna have like an hour left on the stream.
Raul here kind of hoping to hit something on the turn. Didn't get anything. Checks all the way through, though, and it's another 9 on the end. Bad news for Optimize. He is going to make a set of 9s. There is a one-liner to a straight, though, and he's 7. But with 720 in the middle and bricked clubs, he is going to go for value. And he's going to go to the tune of half pot.
I couldn't believe that.
Raul here with a reasonable hand to turn into a bluff.
He was on my left.
He blocks pretty much the only combo of Queen Jack that could be in there. It'd be Queen Jack of clubs. But yeah, I'm not advocating for that. He does just let that go. Brooks here with the 7 is, of course, going to make the call and ship the pot, and Optimize will be like, damn it, I did not need to see a 9. And yeah, Brooks, onwards and upwards. He's just won the last 3 hands in a row, if I'm not mistaken, and has catapulted himself into pole position.
So that he's incognito.
So Jeff joining us over there in the 8 seat. We've got another player joining us in the 1 seat. We got a full table just like that. Bingo, bango. If you're just tuning in, or it's been just a few minutes, I am your host, Aaron McEvoy. This is TCH Live Thursday, 5/10/25. Runs on Thursdays here out of TCH Austin. Mondays are 2-5 game. Match the stack.
He can't come in on the big one?
Lots of action here on TCH Austin.
Oh, yeah, you can't come in on the big one.
Out of TCH Austin, I should say.
It's dead money.
I sound so inconsistent.
He's a sharp guy.
I was watching. I wanted to support Corey. You know, whatever. I don't care about these YouTube people, but you know, why not give them some action? And
Well, I don't have a Jeff to gamble with anymore since he is on the belt.
really?
1 fold, 2
And if there's no Carolyn and no Pratt out in the chatosphere,
Anything to hit like.
perhaps I can convince
4 fold,
Padawan producer Kristen to do some gambles against me.
7 fold, 8 call, 9 check.
All right, all right.
Since it's your first hand,
Kristen will not be participating.
8, 9 check.
Checky on the flop. Jeff here, pair of 10s. Happy to get the showdown. Optimize
No, this is my
basically in the same boat with the 10 no kicker. To bet $10 and Jeff will go for the check call. And And yeah, it's just another big card. So these two players are going to chop it up almost every time. They do indeed checky and hack that pot in half.
Big body.
One extra 5. Thank you.
More shout out if you're in the Austin area. Check on into the TCH Austin location anytime before 4 p.m. on Saturday, this Saturday, for your chance to win 2 tickets to the upcoming Austin FC game on Sunday, October 16th, 2 p.m. All right, hand number 43 here.
By far the best.
About 7:30 Central Time here, so we are getting a lot of hands in. Of course, we were playing relatively short-handed here, 7-handed for a good chunk of the stream.
Yeah.
Raul here, raise it up, you know.
Yeah, there's like
Trying to get it
so much
sound.
like
7 raised to 250. 8 fold. Did they get y'all's TV change?
Back, ace, king suited. 3-bet to
His facial
250.
expression.
I didn't see it show up.
It just started.
Optimize just going to release the pocket nines here. So an under the gun open from Raul, who has been relatively quiet. So yeah, just letting the nines go is optimized. Here we go. Raul makes the call, heads up to a flop. 7 high, a couple of clubs.
2 checks. 7 checks.
Checky. King ball corner pocket
Yeah,
for
that's
Zach.
possible, but I think
Raul
that,
thinks
in a way,
he
the
also
overboard and
got that same result, but unfortunately
just
for him,
to the point that he's clueless.
he is in a real bad spot as there is only 1 queen left in the deck to bail him out.
If there was a maniac in that game,
Big bet here too, 400 from Raul.
yeah, exactly.
I'm like, this guy is a maniac.
I think just one of those things where it's like, I think my hand is good, I'm just going to bet it. And I don't know, hope for the best. Unfortunately for him, I suppose. Yeah, Zach just going to call here. Stack to pot ratio a little over 1. So no need to do anything. I mean, he has the king, like, why raise? Like, if my opponent has clubs or diamonds or something, like, just give him a chance to sort of steam it off here.
2 is all in.
Raul is all in for an over bet. And Zach is a little bit, like, freaked out.
Oh, this is such a fucking snap call. Just gonna watch the game first. Where I find if this kid's ever bluffed in the last decade.
Yeah, Zach here,
Can't say anything. No.
I think, sort of correctly realizing that Raul is doing this for value, but, like, Raul is doing this for value with a hand that is worse than the ace king. I mean, you just have, yeah. I mean, Zach already said it. This is just such a effing snap call.
I couldn't watch the game if I wanted to because there's a giant blinding light right in the center of this TV.
It is an overbet. It feels weird, but, like, you don't have clubs. You don't have diamonds. Like, even if you don't give your opponent much credit for bluffs, I mean, if you fold this, what are you calling?
Yeah, I mean, they made like great, they had a great offseason with the trades for also like Hall of Fame quarterback and Seahawks.
A lot of them like 30. Yeah, right. They kind of eased a lot of the like hormonal stuff you can have around the time of the month and stuff. It's like, you know, it's pretty natural conditions. It's pretty great.
I mean, I understand the concern that Zach has, for sure. Like, we can see the cards, so we know sort of where this is, but Zach is in the mindset of, like, Raul is doing this for value. And if he's doing this for value, then I, like, probably lose. It's like pocket 7s, pocket deuces maybe, like, who knows? It's a 6, 7 suited. I mean, you just, who knows? Oh my God! He gets Zach to fold the hand. Zach folds the hand.
I had a good hand. A hand I should never fold.
Zach says it. A hand I should never fold. He shouldn't have.
Thank you. Now That's why the jack four again.
But Raul, using his image, he says, I'm just all in. I've got a king, I'm all in. And I mean, I guess that's just the sickest merge ever. That's incredible stuff here on TCH Live. Absolutely amazing.
It's so
Gets the top pair top kicker to fold. Zach convincing himself that whatever Raul's value is, it beats top top.
Did he tell you about that?
I was here when you were like trying to drink the tires.
Mission.
Hallie Oz in the chat says WTF. I mean,
No, there was
yeah, I agree. I mean, there are some spots where like some of us are just not folding. Some of us just are like, I guess just pay the man his money. Other people are gonna suss out. You know, like this feels too gross. Like I just don't have to pay this off. Like frequencies be damned, GTO or anything resembling that be damned. I gotta read. This guy's strong. He's going for value. I can't beat value. Raul here though. A couple of queens now facing the open from Cam, and there goes that camera tweaking out again.
why?
Just need it, you know.
Cam is going to make the call.
Like that discipline, you know. Like,
He will play this one in position, but he is well behind. He's behind an 8. Does not. Comes ace high.
No way,
I
that's
would never
never
fold
cool.
six. Yeah, I wouldn't fold six.
Well, he said it was a snap call.
Sounds like a little pocket pair.
No.
People at the table trying to figure out what Zach could have possibly folded there that was a snap call.
I had aces. Probably not.
Thank you.
Some speculation, but
I just can't pay that off. I don't have it in me. I need to see it. I can't. It's really,
Zach is going to be sick.
God, I hope you had a blast.
me too. I really do. I deserve to be punished.
Value.
I deserve to be punished.
You will be punished, Zach.
I really deserve to be punished.
Poker Monkey pointing out the flowing locks of our man Cameron. Yeah, absolutely.
Five,
He is rocking the mullet quite strongly.
7, 8,
Like he had like
9,
I definitely have value. It seemed like he had
Doug rocking the no hair quite strongly as well. All right, TK, our newest player, joining us in the 1 seat, is going to attempt a limp for 25. Raul will pounce. Pounce. Pounce, king, queen. Cam will make the call with the 4s, the sailboats, and TK will make the call as well. So here we go, 3 players to a flop. Ace right in the window, 8 behind it. So top 2 here for TK.
I tried some terrible bluffs last week and
I still can't believe you did that 7 days. I watched a couple times back. Even if it's real,
I like that has to be a missed scan. That can't be.
Raul takes a look. Sees he has king high, no spade.
back raise 5 bet.
And checks.
Jeff did that?
Yeah.
Tricky.
I open UTG, next player 3 bets, he flats the button, cold call, 3 bet.
Cam here with a pair of 4s.
I 4 bet.
Take a little stab at this.
Back raise 5 bets.
200 for 2/3.
Like, what do you think the worst hand he would ever do that?
There was so much dead money in that ball. That was fine.
TK here, yeah, he sort of looked like he was gonna place all of the first batch of green chips that he grabbed on top of the other ones. He is indeed coming in for a check raise, 500 here. Cam's like, come on, man, just let me get one of these through. And it like doesn't even matter if it's spades if you're Cam. Like 2 overs and spades actually just has more equity than you. Like even if you just like hold on for dear life. So yeah, he's just every time. DK wins. And we're moving right along. But before we do, everybody sit back and relax, enjoy this fun.
Texas Card House Poker Cruise is getting closer and closer. Poker lovers from all over the country will be joining us on the Royal Caribbean Allure of the Seas, sailing out of Galveston, Texas. The clock is ticking for you to get the best deal possible. Get an ocean view room for as little as $692 per person. Get a Central Park balcony suite for as little as $734 per person. Under 30 remain at this price point. Once they're booked, these prices will go up. Your room is fully refundable up until December 20th, 2022. Save money by booking today. Reach out to Christy at Curated Cruises to get this amazing deal today. Texas Card House Poker Cruise. More details at texascardhouse.com.
There you have it, Texas Poker Cruise, Texas Card House Poker Cruise. Coming up early next year. Really looking forward to that. If you haven't already signed up, go to texascardhouse.com for more information. We would love to see you out on the high seas, soaking up some sun, get some beach time, playing some cards. Vision 5,000. That's Doug here, trying to decide how he wants to play this one. He will make the call. So here we go. 3 players going to see a flop. TK playing this one on the button with the suited 2-gapper. King high, the 2D flop.
I mean, to be honest, it was like a value bet, but initially.
There's a 10 out there for Optimize. So this is a bit of a nasty spot for Doug. TK not completely out of this, as he does have backdoor spades to go along with his gut shot. However, bet a 250. Yeah, it looks like he does indeed want to peel one off here. TK makes the call. And now over to Doug, who's sitting on top pair here. I mean, this feels kind of weird, but there's like Jack-9, there's 8-9, there's Ace-Queen, Ace-Jack, right? Like, Optimize could definitely just be like taking a stab here with like Ace-Jack of diamonds, or, you know, Ace-Queen. Just, this is my board. You guys should have a lot of like pocket 8s or 6s, or, you know, just stuff that's gonna have to fold. Let me just take a stab. I don't really think a raise. Ooh, he is gonna raise, and raise big. $1.3K here from Doug. Optimize is loving this. I mean, he's thinking like, worst case scenario, my opponent has like Jack-9 of spades for a double gutty and a backdoor flush draw. Like that's lovely. And as Optimize is the man in the middle here, and very unlikely for TK to continue, yeah, he can just make the call. Well played here by Optimize. Doug here has now got to be very concerned about what has just transpired. The Jack-8 gets pushed out of the way. The 9 of spades comes right on the turn. Had Doug called, TK would have drilled the gutty and picked up a straight flush draw. Unbelievable stuff. He is over there just absolutely hating his life 15 minutes ago. Doug checks. Yeah, he's like, I guess I just can't be good here ever. If I check raise into that big of a pot and you call, like, yeah, Optimize goes all in. Doug quickly folds. And yeah, Optimize should high five his buddy Doug after the stream, because that was definitely a cooler, absolute cooler avoidance. I mean, TK is on 1.6K behind, so like losing that pot, what was in the pot plus, you know, that that amount would not have felt good, but wouldn't have been a full felting or anything. But whew, my goodness, really dodging a bullet. Yeah, he always could have hit the river too. Made a full house. You never know. Maybe there was even more money in Optimize's future. We'll never know. to go. Joe makes it 75 to go. TK will call. Doug here with a couple of red 5s. Will make a call as well.
3 wins.
You're replaying the hand and you're mine too.
How about the nizzles for Joe?
5 7.
Was the preflop aggressor from under the gun as well, so this board really favors him already. Problem for him, while he unblocks all of the cards that he wants his opponents to have, it's going to be tough for them to continue for, you know, a full pot size bet. See the sort of look of disappointment there for Joe, but yeah, I mean, like, somebody has like Queen 9 or Queen Jack, like they're just not going to love it. They're probably not going to fold for a single bet like what Queen 9 will, but like you block the Queen Jacks, the King Queen, even the King 10s, you know, things like that. They could continue for a street. And if somebody has like Ace 4, yeah, they might call once. It's just not a world within which you're getting paid a whole bunch of money unless somebody just sort of randomly has Ace 10. That's pretty much the only hand. I guess Queen 10. Queen 10, Ace 10.
9 raised to 175.
All right, $50 straddle is on for this hand. Optimize is going to open it up. From early position, Ace 10 suited, and TK here on a relatively shallow stack, lining up a 3-bet with Ace King.
1 raise. 475 total.
475 is the bet from TK.
What's he playing? Another 7 and 21?
And Joe wakes up with a real hand as well. He's got jiggities. He's got the Judies. He's got the Joes, pocket Joes. And what do you do with pocket Joes facing? This is an under the gun open and then a 3-bet from the player next to act. He doesn't care. It's not a concern. I mean, maybe it's a concern, but it's not going to stop him. 1.1K. Pulled 4 from the straddle. Optimize quickly folds all of his chips. Sorry, folds all of his cards. I don't even know what I was trying to say there. Quickly just gets rid of the ace. TK all in, Joe calls. Here we go. Rip it. Ace King.
It's going to be really hard.
It's going to be really not loving that flop. Yeah, Joe here has a boat. Cards are not on their backs yet. I would have turned those over as soon as the 3 hit the board. But there you have it. Joe makes top boat. TK will go down to the felt. Poker Monkey asking about the happenings up in the Fort Worth area. Yes, I am aware of that. Very distressing news. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that the local authorities in these jurisdictions are choosing to go about it this way. I mean, it's unbelievable how disappointing that is. J1 Poker joining us. I'll come back to that. Hey, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. It looks like everything has just filled up. So, had some spots a little bit ago, but we had some new players come on in. And, yeah. You are, of course, welcome to come on down and hang out and see if one opens up. I think there's a 1-3 game for sure running. Oh, actually, wait. The 1 seat? TK is not reloaded?
3 raised to 75, 4 call, 5
Okay.
fold, 6
So
fold,
TK.
7 fold, heads up.
Okay. J1, what I can tell you is that we may or may not have TK joining us back in the 1 seat. So it's up to you if you want to come on down and take a swing at it.
I'll tell you what I had. Tell me what you had.
Well, you apparently had a set. Two pair.
You had 2 pairs?
Cam here, ace queen, couple of overcards. Brooks here,
You said I
who seemingly can do no wrong, playing the 6-5 off from the button. Makes second pair, the best hand, and bets nearly full pot here. And Cam is just going to be like, dude,
In your mind. Just let me.
I mean, what?
figure it out.
I'm trying to make it easy.
I don't really care.
Guess you just probably have it, but I got 2 overcards, backdoor hearts, backdoor wheel. Can I fold? Even to full pot? I don't know. What if you just have like a queen 10 or king 10 or something? Crap. King jack?
I was behind. I was ahead of that guy for sure.
Did you have outs? I don't know. I don't know what you did.
Yeah, I had to have outs. I mean, I
If you just had a king, you didn't have outs.
He's just going to let it go. Brooks will take it down with no further resistance. Understandable, but yeah, I think, I don't know. Ace queen hearts there. Pretty tough
Color
hand to
up
fold.
on live.
what was the board?
But yeah, anyways, the local authorities going about these things like this, you know, waiting for the big tournament to go down, then coming in, taking all the money. I mean, it feels gross, and I hate to point fingers or make any claims when I really don't know the ins and outs of it, like what all's been going on. I don't know anything about the club or the owners or anything like that. But it's really unfortunate that the players were treated as though they were criminals. It's like, it's one thing if you want to go in and like have some sort of moral high ground about gambling establishments and reading the rule of law here in Texas in a light that makes it such that, you know, that these places are actually against the law. That's one thing. Going in and treating the players as though they're criminals, citing. I mean, I just think that's out of line. I mean, they're clearly trying to send a message. That's the goal, and I just, you know, completely disagree with that. Of course. Heart draw for Jeff. Top pair for Optimize. Check, check, flop. Check, bet 100. Jeff will make the call. Needs to hit a heart and a heart only. Doesn't find it. Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? Poker Monkey. Like, I read that same article. I think it was what Poker News article or whatever it was. And yeah, I mean, who knows what's going on up there? Like the people running the show at the card room, they know more than anybody else about what they're up to, and the local authorities, they know the sort of information that they had been given, whatever. But it's clear that some sort of rake coming out of the tournament or any of that stuff has nothing to do with accusing the players and charging them with crimes, right? I mean, that to me is very much just stepping across a line. But they're doing it to send a message. They're trying to say, we don't want these card rooms. We don't want people patronizing the card rooms, and we want to make sure that everybody is aware that if you even go near one of these places, that you yourself could be considered a criminal. So that's the message that they're trying to send. I do hope, I'm optimistic, that the case that is working its way towards the Supreme Court of Texas, or being heard, rather, by the Supreme Court of Texas, will finally clarify things, and good Lord help us all that it clarifies it in the right way, which is that poker is a game of skill. It should be allowed. People should be able to participate because it is voluntary interaction, and the house is not raking the pot. They're not taking money away from the players. They are providing a service, and as long as we can all come to an agreement on that, then we can move forward as a community, as a bunch of folks that like to play games, enjoy each other's company. So hopefully that's where it goes. If you guys would like to support Texas Poker, if you are in Texas and you want to help, you can contact your local councilman, your local, anybody that wields power in your local jurisdiction or up in the state offices. Let them know. Send them emails, send them letters, reach out to their staff, right? I mean, more often than not, if you call somebody and actually talk to a human being, you're going to have much more of an impact than just sending an email or sending a letter. So if you can get a hold of a phone number where you can actually speak to a real person and be like, look, this crackdown shit that people are doing, trying to turn poker players into criminals, like, this is awful. You know, tell somebody that. That would be very powerful.
Replaying that hand. That's a teeny little pot, man.
All right, open and a 3-bet.
I had it
Zach, play this one in position against Raul. His nemesis here, the man that made him fold top pair top kicker incorrectly, shipped a big pot too. All of the chips he has is because of that pot. And he is going to bet big, 3/4 pot size wager here. And Zach, not going anywhere. He's like, no, you got me last time. And we just don't have the cards on screen, so I have no idea who has what. This is just some good old-fashioned poker. So 3/4 pot size bet on the flop. Zach pretty quickly calls. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Changes a whole lot of not much. I mean, nobody should have 5-3. And after that bet, I mean, there is 1,500 in the middle here. Stack to pot ratio getting pretty close to 1. Another bet here. I mean, I guess probably 2. Stack to pot ratio probably 2 for Raul. He had 2 pinks there. I thought it was just 1, perhaps. Looks like 1,100, maybe 1,200.
Yes, the pregnancy itself, yes. The births got
are
harder.
always different. Really?
Well, they got harder just because she got older. I mean, she's not old by any means.
And Zach gonna let this one go again. We'll never know what the holdings were, but Raul will win another big pot. Oh wait, he's gonna turn it over. He's got aces, just aces.
I know, he said, I don't mind.
Thank you.
So yeah, no action tracking on that one. I think Kristen went to the restroom during that time. Oh, Mel took over for Kristen and hit the wrong button or something. Okay, yeah, it happened. So anyways, I do believe the chip stacks are going to be wrong, or going to be incorrect. But Raul there picking up another nice pot, and that man is going to move up to what looks to be right around 4,000 in the stack. Nice run here for Raul this evening. All right, Brooks here going to be first to act. And King 4 suited. Go ahead and limp this one. That'll raise some eyebrows. A lot of times you see the limp up front. That is signs of some nastiness, some backdoor nastiness. Jeff, though, will tempt fate, and he will raise to 75 on the button. Optimize here, I believe, has made the call. Yes, he has. And Brooks will just go for the limp and the call. So everybody can be like, ooh, crisis averted. He doesn't have pocket aces because he would have back raised. Let Jackson a 9 out there. Jeff gonna flop best. Although optimized with the up and down straight draw backdoor clubs does actually have a plurality of the equity.
8-bet 110.
A little under half pot here, maybe 40% or so from Jeff. Optimize just going to play this one as a call. I mean, yeah, not a lot of reasons to raise this hand, or this board just is like, if somehow Optimize just has like Jack 10, like is he going to check raise? Maybe, but he certainly doesn't have to. So the Queen 10 seems like a pretty reasonable check call. Brooks makes the call as well. Didn't even see that coming, but the 10 of spades comes on the turn, giving him a gut shot to the king high straight and backdoor spade draw. Everybody's got a piece here. And I was going to say, how good does Brooks run? Because he has run really well tonight. If he somehow called pre, calls flop, and then backs into a winner, I would have just been absolutely baffled. But instead, it's just going to go checky. Optimize had improved to the pair of 10s on the turn, which is now just going to be the best hand at showdown. Brooks, though, with just king high. No, he's got a pair of 4s. And he's lining up a wager.
Yeah, for sure.
600 in the middle. He's going to bet just over half pot. And what does this? I don't know what bets this size. Does ace 10? I guess ace 10 bets this size? Or maybe king 10 actually like feels a little bit better because you sort of block the king queens. I just don't know. But he is going to bluff with this pair of 4s. For half pot. Jeff here. Jeff is going to get out of the way. He's like, I guess a 9 just can't be good. Let's see what Optimize does here. Is this going to be another situation where like the best hand just sort of begrudgingly folds because they're like, I just don't know. Like, no, but Optimize will not let it go. And there we go. Optimize says, I got second pair.
I thought he was slow rolling.
Did you fold an over pair? You did not. You did.
Jeff here sort of slaps the table like
What I put him on.
he's upset, but yeah, because like if he calls, then maybe Optimize can't call. Is sort of what he's thinking, right? He's like, he's bluffing. So if I call, then like, how do you call? But I don't know. It's weird. Always just like every time you end up in the dynamic of being the man in the middle, where you're facing a bet, there's still someone behind you to act. It's just so tough. It's so tough. And yeah, he might have been able to win that hand somehow, but I don't know. Just the way it is. But a nice shot there from Brooks to try to take that one down. Gets looked up though by the man with the best hand.
Now that you're good. Yeah.
7 raised to 75.
That's what it felt like. That's why you're so frustrated.
8 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold, heads up.
Nine 6 versus 7-6, and all Broadway flop. Back the pre-flop aggressor.
7 check.
Not gonna fire at this one though. Yeah, he's like, I don't even have a diamond. Like there's nothing going on for this hand. It's just a pure give up. But when Brooks checks again, Zach here can now rep all of the like king 10s and stuff of the world that may have checked back flop, even the ace deuce, ace 3, and yeah, sure enough, he is going to take the fire. Brooks will make the fold, and Zach will drag the pot. All right, let's do one more promo for some of our upcoming tournaments. This one up in Dallas. Yeah, so 500K guaranteed prize pool up in Dallas. Satellites kicking off early next week. Going to be running all week, and then the day one starting the following week. So if you are in or around the Dallas area, come on down, hang out with us, be part of the mystery bounty action. Jeff here, ace 8 off, seemingly thinking about continuing. I mean, this was an original open from Jeff in the hijack, which is relatively loose. But now facing this 3-bet from the blind, I mean, yeah, you're just done. He's going to sort of Hollywood a little bit. Optimize here, I think, with a very clear fold, but he is going to make the call. Not going to let Brooks get away with this. He saw the limp call and then the bluffiness with the king 4. What, I mean, maybe he didn't see the king 4. I don't actually think the hand was turned over, but Optimize just not quite going to give Brooks as much credit as he might normally. Brooks here, though, is going to flop a beautiful king high spade flush draw. All of the opportunities in the world to take this one down with some aggression. He is going to bet massively, too. I love it. Let's go. This is my board, and I only have jack high, so I'm just going to bomb it for nearly pot, and, like, what are you going to do? What, maybe you have king queen? If you have king queen, you're going to be like, oh, God. Yeah. Nice play there from Brooks. Well atop the leaderboard in terms of the net earnings, if not the largest stacks, which are owned by Zach and Joe. But yeah, Brooks up 4.5K. Absolutely crushing it tonight. Cam stuck the most, running into it left and right. Every time he gets a big hand, it seems like he loses a big pot. So tough going there for our man Cam.
Short.
Optimize here, waking up with a couple of kings and Cooler City incoming as Raul has number 1, 1 suit covered. And here comes the 3rd bet. Optimize should be also similar to Zach, like aware that Raul has not been playing many of his hands as 3-bets. Most of them have been played as calls. So this is going to be strong. Doug is very quickly out of the way with 10s, which I think is just super reasonable. And now this is where the hand goes one of two ways. Optimize here can choose to play this one out of position with a very strong hand, or he can go for a 4th bet. The thing is, when you have kings, like even when one of the tighter players at the table raises you, like you just always feel like this is my spot, this is my time. Like dude can have queens, he can have jacks, he can have ace king. Like this is my time to get all the money in. And then when you do put the 4-bet in and your opponent presumably raises you, I mean, I hope Raul just calls here. I mean, that is certainly the play for Raul, is to just call here. I'm not saying that Optimize is going to go away if he gets 5-bet, but a 5-bet from the tightest player at the table, or the player who has shown the least tendency to put in raises is, yeah, not great. Raul doing some inventory here. I feel like Raul is going to go all in.
Understands live dynamics.
But I think he should just call.
I love Jay. I just can't not set him up. 2 weeks in a row I said no.
Maybe all in is not coming. Maybe it's crazy.
He was
2.5 or something. I don't know.
on
But,
the live stream that I was commentating on Monday, and he was like, Jesse's the best dealer.
the lovely thing about calling is that if your opponent ever has a bluff, you're just completely crushing it.
He's like, I want to feel different.
You get to play in position. And if your opponent does have a value hand like kings or queens, you don't give them a reason to fold. And you can tell, like Raul, he doesn't know what to do. Like, yeah, he's gonna 5-bet. 2,200 is been announced. Let's see if Optimize can actually get away from this. I mean, I don't think it's a thing, but this just feels like aces. It just feels like aces.
You actually would have made more money. The fuel would have hit. I would have hit it straight and the flush right with that a little bit lower.
This dude's 5-betting you. Zach, like, begrudgingly made this big fold against him earlier. Yeah, Optimize can't help it, though. He can't help it. He's got kings. He's all in. He gets snapped. It's aces versus kings. Always aces versus kings.
King, please. One fucking time.
Oh, Zach is rooting for the king.
Goddamn.
Oh, it's an ace instead. Gonna need some sick, nasty. No, it's not even there. The back door doesn't exist. Top boat for Raul, and Raul's run good is in full swing as he will push all of these chips forward to be counted down by Carly and have a massive pot. Almost 10K shipped his way. Coolering. Optimize. My goodness. Michael Tilt says 5-bet bluff is so rare. Not only is the 5-bet bluff so rare from a reg, like from just like a standard reg, or even like an aggressive player, like you're just not 5-bet bluffing very often. And when you are, it's usually like ace-5 suited, and usually like some sort of blind versus button or button versus cutoff. Like there's just always like these specific dynamics that lead to it if the 5-bet bluff is employed. And yeah, like it's the curse of having kings and then having an opponent play back at you and you just like, yes, this is what we wanted, and no, this is the one time that you didn't want it. Full amount does get counted down. Carly doing God's work, and a big batch of pink chips going to go the way of Raul. And we take a look at the earnings, and Raul there, after taking some beats early, is going to chip up real nicely. Or no, he didn't take some beats. What we had was that that hand got messed up against Zach, and so his chip, his profits actually aren't even being recorded correctly. 800 more. Okay, so there's 800 more in Raul's stack than what we actually have on the screen because of that hand he played against Zach that didn't get recorded. So yeah, I mean, yeah. So Raul has actually just been running pretty good here. All right, new dealer coming on in. I don't know. Let me know in the chat. Think you can fold kings there? How many people drop a deuce in the chat if you've ever folded kings pre? How about that? As Jesse comes in, spreads a new deck, and while he gets this bomb pot all ready to roll, let's go ahead and check out our current promotion here all throughout the month of October.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
10 hours for $100. Normal hourly rate, $12 an hour here at PCH Austin. So get yourself a little deal. A nice little package of hours. Ragnar and Goo Gun dropping a deuce in the chat. Yeah, folding kings pre. I have done. I think I've done it once. maybe twice, but what I can tell you is that the one time that I did it, I was so certain. Ben Miney in the chat, hey, what's up, dude? Says a dude folded kings pre last Saturday and was correct. Yeah, it's. I mean, when you do it, it's amazing. Like the one time that I did it in recent memory, that I'm certain I did. I was just so certain of it. I was like, no, this is 100% the correct fold. Like, it was a similar situation where it was like this dude just like 5-bet, put it all in, and it was like in this like weird, funky like limp back raise sort of situation too, like where it was a limp back raise 5-bet all in, right? And I was the 4-better, and it was just like, this is just never. And I like cold 4-bet from a blind, you know. I mean, it's just this guy just is never not on aces, so I was able to let it go. But yeah, I mean, it's really, really hard to do. It's really, really hard to let that go. All right, bet of 100 or something like that, and then a pot size raise here. Optimized, bumping it up. He's got the nut heart draw on both boards and flopped Broadway on top. Almost at one of those spots where you'd rather keep some players in, but he does pot it, and everybody runs for the hills.
Sorry about that. Hey, that's the way the game plays, dude. That is the way the game plays.
Optimize here, taking the bad beat in stride. He is aware that, yeah, you get kings, sometimes your opponent gets aces at the same time.
Please never apologize if you beat me in the hand. Please.
So I show the hand to the guy to my left.
Please never apologize if you beat me in the hand. I'll be very upset.
Stands up, jumps out of his chair, like walks away from the table.
But I appreciate the gesture.
The guy in the one seat chose
I
the
don't mean
straight flush.
no like. Calling you, man. See that.
All right, raise to 75 from Jeff, and a cascade of calls around the table. Everybody playing suited cards except for Zach. There's a 6 out there for Zach, but he does not have the best hand. Brooks here, 3. 3 cards to a straight and hearts, so he will continue as a call. Zach here with the pair of 6s and the ace of hearts. He's going to come along as well. Jack of diamonds on the turn. I was going to say, if Zach picks up the heart, he may actually turn his hand into a semi-bluff. As it stands, it checks to Jeff, who continues. Bets 200 for a little under 1/3 pot. Again, Brooks will call. And now Zach really has to decide if his hand will be worthy of a big bluff on a heart river or not. It's kind of tough when you've got 2 players in there. There's a lot of heart combinations that don't involve the ace, but he is going to make the call. And if a heart comes, I have bad feelings for Zach, and there it is.
Another guy re-raises, I call, and the flop comes out.
8 of hearts. Flush comes in for Brooks. The run good for Brooks continues. Jeff here making 2 pair, but he is going to check.
I re-raise, he goes all.
And Brooks here now. This is the moment he's been waiting for. He got there. There's 1,300 in the middle and 2 opponents, either of whom, or both of whom, who could potentially pay him off and to cut out the wager. And a small one. A small one. 450. Just a little tickle of the pot here from Brooks.
Bad beat was like 86,000.
About 1/3. Yeah, I think Zach is going to go for this.
Percentage of that, and then I think they keep 10%.
If he's going to, he's got to go huge too.
Everybody else, okay, so I got 50%.
I say huge. He goes 22. I mean, I guess that's in the ballpark.
Basically, I like
For 2,000 element. Jeff here, perplexed. I mean, his hand is just never good. Yeah. Back over to Brooks here, and I mean, this is actually kind of a tough spot. Yeah, 2.2. That's what I thought I saw there from Zach. And yeah, I mean, this super looks like value, but Brooks doesn't care. He makes the call. He's got a flush. Yeah, what are you going to do? You're going to fold flushes? No. And Zach is going to be a little tilted. Zach is going to muck his hand. Zach is going to muck his hand so that Brooks does not have to show. And Brooks is going to move up to 9.1K. This man is over 9,000. There we go. Look at the earnings. Brooks, Raul are just absolutely crushing, dominating this game. Zach and Joe are still net positive. Their numbers are fairly significant at the $25 blind level. Cam, Optimized, TK, all stuck the most. TK, of course, has not rejoined us. They're in the 1 seat. Did have this spot locked up for a minute, but perhaps Jay Wynn on his way to join us in the 1 seat. We shall see. Ragnar here says, I have folded king pre-flop more times than I can count. More times than you can count? That is something to say. My goodness. If I think every time I fold, it'll go on the counter. I'm certain of one. Maybe there's another time. I honestly am not even sure if that's true. But says sometimes I'm not even worried I'm against aces. What? Ace X is enough of a risk to fold them in tournaments? I don't know about that. I mean, you play your game your way, man. But I mean, if I don't think you have aces, and specifically aces, then let's get all the money in. I got kings. That's the second best hand. I don't care if you have an ace. You got 30% equity with an ace. All right, these two players heads up to a flop. Brooks, the pre-flop raiser. Joe making the call. Pair of fives here for Joe. And apparently he wagered some amount that was not a check of $0 because Brooks folded his hand and Joe drags the pot. So bet at 125. There we go.
Oh, you had a blackjack out for your small one?
8:24 local time here in Austin, Texas. Hand number 61. We are on a spicy pace here. Well over 100 hands likely at our current pace. However, things could change. You never know. Bunch of napkins, though, going in the bin. Doug, though, queen 9 suited. He will raise this up. And Joe, it's his turn to ride number 1. 275 to go. Like a 3.5x raise, a little bit over. I don't know. You're in position. You're on the button. You've got aces. There's no fear to go for such a large size. And, yeah, you do just sort of get your opponents to fold.
I didn't have kings that time.
But it's nice. I mean, if you're gonna do that with like 10-9 suited or ace-5 suited, like if you're gonna go for that larger raise size in position, then you should do it with your aces. So be balanced. Why not? All right, 5, 10, 25. Cam here under the gun. Couple of ladies. God help me if somebody has aces or kings and tunes this man up again. But as it stands, it's just Raul defending his straddle with 6-3 off. I don't see that happening. So Cam will win a small pot with a big hand. Frustrating night here for Cam as he has taken a lot of beats.
Back in the day. Yeah. I bet it's been pre-Super Bowl era, I bet. Maybe not. Oh no, 0-0 is hard to do. You can like score on defense, you know?
Won some games like 3-0.
Yeah. You can score on defense and safeties, you know? 0-0 is hard to do.
I've not looked to see how Carson Wentz is doing against me. in fantasy football. So let's go take a look. Oh, first half almost over. Carson Wentz has 57 yards passing, 2
Kickers are
points,
so good now, it's crazy.
2 fantasy
Like
points.
literally
That's what you
5
like to
years
see.
ago, the kickers were dog shit. That's
That
how
is what
fast
you
they
like to see.
happened. Like, maybe 10, maybe not 5. 10 years ago, there was like 3 good kickers. It's like 3, there's like literally 3 or 4 good kickers. Now it's like, you sign, like the Cowboys even, they signed that Brett Maher guy who's been cut twice. And he's like, doesn't miss a kick, bangs in 60 yards. It's like, the worst kickers now in the NFL are like quite good. Crazy.
What was the game last week, Cincy versus
That's up
Baltimore?
to a flop. Both players make a pair of 8s. Check, check.
Taking 100 off.
Here we are on the turn. Zach is going to go for a bet, and Cam will oblige.
9. Oh, no, I have best 8.
Zach has the best 8, as he says, and Cam cannot beat that.
Alright, I know what year it is.
He's holding. All right, I'm going to go ahead and step out, use the restroom. I shall return. I'll let you guys hang out
Probably pretty
and
recent.
enjoy the show, listening to the players at the table. Be right back.
0-0 NFL game.
2006.
Oh, you looked it up? Oh, wow. So, yeah, I don't know. I have no guess. I have no idea. I thought it'd be pre-Super Era, like 40s or 50s. So.
1972.
The only guess, you have 2 guesses, 1972 and 2006. 6 grade, 75.
I gave you a specific something.
Well, you have to
I
say
have
a
no idea.
specific year.
What? Just
You
tell
don't
me.
get like an entire era.
Just tell me. I think those are like. I'm just curious.
1943.
Everyone's off fighting the war, so no one could score.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the replacement
Actually,
players.
yesterday is my lecture. My favorite hand. You know why? 2014 or 15. I in the Winstar.
It's safe.
Christmas. I want to go to play the 10, 25 game.
Pretty good card.
Winstar. And
Ace queen.
C1,
Nothing
this
like
guy. I go to this table. I want to ask how much value in that, right? I want to make sure. The C1, this guy, he has the 40, almost $50. He said, you can bet anything, but he just can buy $500. You know, he just can buy 500. You know, he look at me. I'm young and Asian. You know, he talk a lot of shit. And I'm really angry. I said, okay, I buy $50. I leave him C2. Every pre-flop he raises. Every time, if I call, every time.
All right, I have returned. Looks like I missed exactly one hand.
Pre-flop he raised
Biggest
750.
bluff of the day right now.
750. And
I bluffed him.
he said,
500 that was.
again, why you play here? Every time you fold it, blah, 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 say something.
Optimized. Couple of Cowboys. 2 red ones.
Flop.
Makes it 75 to go. Doug, the only player left, and he has ace deuce. Just folds it.
I said, maybe. He said, oh yeah, I'll take that call. And he shoot the king. Yeah, I shoot the 3. He said, what do you have this 7?
Yeah, optimized there.
No, I shoot the wrong card.
Some PTSD from the last time he had kings. So this time he just
You told me 750.
straight up,
Get your 3? I said,
you know, doesn't even have to go past pre-flop.
No fold, I know how strong. I should fold anyway.
Hallie Oz trolling me in the chat.
Play
Thanks.
Winstar much?
I missed the biggest hand of the night.
No, before I played a lot.
Oh!
Cam here, a couple of ladies once again on the button. And with a $100, wait, what? Oh, a $50 straddle. I was like, how on earth did that
Really
say?
funny. On the Winstar, only
Call.
I remember
$50 straddle on
Catherine,
from
I'll
Zach.
call he
And Cam is just going to pick up all of the blind
pushed me
straddle.
already.
It's not what he had in mind, but he'll take it over losing a big one.
40. I wouldn't be here like about $48.
There are those nights sometimes where your session is just down, 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 and like every time you get a big hand, you just lose, and you're just
He
like,
had the king.
ugh,
Yeah.
really tough.
And he raised the
And like
2,000
anytime
and
you
he
win
raised
a hand,
$10.
even if it's like everybody just folds when you have pieces, you're like, dude, we won a hand. But it's tough, man. Those spots. Ugh.
You pay taxes on
I
that?
don't know.
What?
You pay taxes on that?
Huh? Yeah. Because you know, he looked I'm young and Asian, and he talked every hand talk shit, you know.
Young Asians.
Cam here, suited 6'5". Opens it up.
4 ways, 350.
350 from Brooks. 4.5x. These big chunky
Seat open,
raises
live
in
stream.
position. I mean, they do put you in a tough spot, but at the same time, it's like just not getting action from hands that
This guy's
you're
a
way
maniac.
ahead of.
Put in 50K with Jack 3. It's crazy. These Windstar games. What year? When was that? Windstars?
2000. I forgot. Yeah. 2014 or 15. I forgot.
In the private room?
Yeah. The inside all the before the star have the room for the. That's I forgot. That guy is Vietnamese.
Raul, Jack 3? Maybe he thought he had Jack 4. Then it would make sense. But he's gonna try to make a pair of 3s or a pseudo pair of 4. I don't know what's gonna happen. But he's in there with the Jack 3. Both Jeff and Brooks come along as well. Comes king high, so Jeff here flops best. People have just been playing Jack 3 and Jack 4 off just like left and right because of the hustler hand. And it's fun. You know, it's fun that people are playing these hands. Brooks makes the call with a bad gut shot. Jeff makes the call with top pair, no kicker. Here's a pair for both Raul and Brooks on the turn. Gonna slow the action down. Checky over to Brooks, and so he picks up a pair here. Yeah, it's time to check. So free river card, 8 of hearts, and somehow, some way, Jeff just holds on with top pair, no kicker. But let's see if he gets to showdown with it, or if like some random Jack just starts blasting into this pot. I have no idea what to expect here. Check over to Brooks. I mean, you just check. Yeah, you check. You take a showdown. You don't win, but like, there's no real reason to turn Queen Jack into a bluff. Jeff will happily take this $700 pot with his bad king from the straddle. Ragnar here. Oh, he's going to defend the king's fold some more. Okay, I know it sounds crazy. But late in the tournament, if you are a bigger stack and the chip leader shoves in front of you, King is a good laydown. Why risk a 30% shot at elimination when I can easily ladder? Why give up the opportunity to double up your stack and become the chip leader yourself? I'd rather be the chip leader or get to go, like, walk to the parking lot having gone out with pocket kings. I'd rather be that guy. I mean, everybody is like, has a different approach to risk, that's for sure. And I can definitely look back at times where I have been risk averse and have avoided situations just like what you're talking, because I'm like, oh, I can realize more immediate value by going from, like, you know, 15th place to maybe like a final table. Like maybe I'll just like scrape into the final table. And that meant a lot to me at the time. But
whatever you buy,
there are plenty of other times
No,
where,
if I buy in for more, will
you know,
start?
maybe you're in the
No,
money,
no,
maybe
no,
you're
I
not.
need-
Like,
I
let's
need-
say
I need
that
to
you're in the
look
money,
at
but like it's still relatively early and the min cash type situations. Like, bust, go home, or double up your stack and be the chip leader. Like,
Where's your
I'll
wedding
take
ring? You don't wear it to
kings.
play poker?
What?
You don't wear
I'll
your
ride
wedding
that
ring to
horse
play
into
poker?
battle. I'm not afraid.
That's smart.
You know that if today I'm not keep up to her,
But everybody's
I have
different.
big
Everybody's got a
problems.
different
I know,
approach.
what if
I
she
mean,
watches
what was
YouTube? She don't
fascinating
wear
is
the
I
ring.
took a game
I
theory
never know
course
that.
in
I
grad
never know
school.
the YouTube. I
We had to do a
played it,
minor,
I
right? It was like you took a bunch of physics and math classes, and that's pretty much just what we eat, slept, and breathed. And then it was a fun little thing, a nice
All
little
right, good
perk
luck, guys.
of
Maybe I'll
doing
come
graduate
back.
school
Maybe,
at UW
I'm not
Madison.
sure.
And no
If
other
I come
graduate
back
schools
next,
do this as well, but sort of force
hour,
you out of
maybe.
your traditional comfort zone. They say,
Good luck, guys.
take something in humanities, take something in life sciences, or whatever. Like, just go do something. Take a couple of classes, get some credits under your belt from a different discipline. So, I know game theory and whatever is similar math, like sort of nerd stuff, but it was economics, and so it sort of counted. I've always been fascinated by economics, and so I took this this game theory class, and we went through lots of these different situations, and it's pure math. Like, people think about, like, the trolley problem, and you got these different things where you're trying to hone in on people's psyche as human beings. As Doug here with top bets, Jeff has to let go of 9. So that maybe the traditional thinking is that game theory is either like hyper nerdy, like poker GTO stuff, or it's pure like life science stuff where you're just trying to think about people's psychology. But really, I mean, there's both, right? There's the math side of it, which really only functions or primarily functions inside of a fictional universe within which you sort of put these air quotes up. Everybody get your air quotes up. That everyone is a rational actor, right? And if everyone is a rational actor, then they are going to try to do X, Y, and Z. And most of the time, it's these sort of simple problems where they're going to try to maximize their expected value, their immediate return, right? Which is why you get like the prisoner's dilemma, and so like both the prisoners just like rat each other out and end up in jail forever. Is because, like, how can you trust the other guy? Like, you're a rational actor, the other guy's getting the same deal as you, like, you rat him out, right? At the end of the day, that's just the rational decision. And yet, human beings are not rational actors. Human beings always have different approaches, and you put two randomly selected people in a situation and the same choices, and people are going to make different choices.
I mean, I think it's like opportunity. Like he wants, I don't
As long as those choices are close enough
different opportunity
to
works.
some sort of equilibrium point
Sounds like-
that
I don't-
people's individual
like you guys-
emotional responses will sort of push them one way or the other.
Stays for a job.
And it's like, I watched the YouTube video that somebody did where they basically, he would go around just like on a college campus and just walk up to people and be like, hey, I'm going to flip a coin,
We're talking like
and if it goes heads,
relatively high-powered jobs,
you
like
pay me.
type jobs.
It was like, I don't know. He started out at like $100 or whatever, but the number of dollars was actually sort of the important part. It was like $100. If I flip a coin twice and it comes up heads, then you pay me $100. If it doesn't, I'll pay you $100. And anybody that knows, like 50-50, 2 in a row, like, is 25%. So like he's giving these people money if they take the bet. But $100 was too much for them. They're like, God, I'm not going to do it for $100. Are you kidding me? And like, if he stepped the number down and went down to $1, or said, I'll flip the coin 10 times in a row, and if I'm right, then I'll give you, or you have to give me $100, right? Like, once he got far enough away from the margins, or far enough into the margins of like, you are 100% printing money if you just take this guy's bet, then everybody would take it. But up until that point, people were not taking the edge that he was giving them because it was too much money, or it didn't feel like enough of an edge, whatever. Anyways, I'm just ranting and rambling at this point. I hope you guys aren't hating it, but I find it fascinating. Raul bets the 6 here on the end, takes it down. But the long and short of it is that people are going to have different approaches to it. Some people are going to be like faced with the opportunity like what I would see as an opportunity that Ragnar sees as a danger, right? And that's the thing, is that our perceptions will change how we see things as an opportunity or as a danger to be avoided.
Have you guys started getting back in the running ball? Or you guys
Thanks for hanging with me
like,
through
for
that.
sales purposes, it
God,
happens.
how long did I do that for?
Setting up
That might have been a 5-minute rant.
or something, but regular recurring staff travel is really good.
yeah, we kind of put a hold on a lot of travel for us for the rest of this year.
We don't even have like, no one's even really.
Folds to Doug in the big blind, suited ace. He's going to make this an astronomical amount of chips. Oh, it is a $50 straddle. Okay. Zach is going to hop on the 9-6 of diamonds little pony. That one worked for homeboy earlier. Who played that? Brooks played the 9-6 against Doug. That's what it was, and beat the Kings. The 9-6, but Doug goes for the delayed c-bet on the turn with top pair, and of course with a whole lot of nothing. Zach is just going to give it up.
That's why I love Pokemon. You're not just character. Yeah, it's just like the best people watching the whole time. Because they're so like you're so authentic. Like when it's this much money online, you're not like acting. You know? I mean, some people are, but not normally. I just love it. The social dynamics. See people reacting like the most worst things. Like there's no like, oh, think about this for a while. I just came to a program.
Go check my Carson Wentz damage. The second half. Oh, second half still hasn't started. Thought it was very likely to be up and running, but still at the half. 57 yards, all that could be mustered for Mr. Wentz, and at 25 passing yards per point, that's a whopping 2 points. Only 3 points have been scored in the game, so if you got the under, I mean, maybe the under was at like 20, at which point I guess there's still enough game remaining for that to change. Cameron here, a couple of kings, covers the suits of Jeff, who was the original Razor. He makes it 75. Cam makes it 225. Joe cold calls from the, the big blind with threes, and Jeff presumably will call here as well. Ragnar here. Tournaments are about survival, absolutely. Sometimes mitigating risk outweighs the potential reward. I can pick a better spot where I have a better idea what my equity is in a hand. Well, so there's oh, and follows it up with sometimes you just know that ace is coming on the flop. You can feel it in your bones. Okay, well then there's like a supernatural side to it as well. Neither Jeff nor Joe can flop a set, but it is a funky low kind of connected board. Check over to Cam though, and yeah, with two black kings here, you certainly have to take a stab. I think 250 is a reasonable amount. Cam goes a little bit bigger, 300. Pretty reasonable, 3/4 size. Joe here, non-believer. I call with the threes. Yeah, Poker Monkey here says agrees to some degree, but sooner or later you got to get it in to win some flips to run deep. Yeah, I mean, you're not even flipping, right? Like kings are either just crushing or way behind. Like kings aren't even anywhere near a flip. Like getting it all in with ace king, you're very often flipping. Getting it all in with pocket tens, you're often flipping. Like those are the hands that are like on the margins. But like pocket kings, man, pocket kings, pocket kings. All right, so Joe makes the call. Jeff gets out of the way. 7 of clubs here on the turn, changes nothing. But a seemingly pretty good card here for Joe. Let's see how Cam plays this one if he goes for another bet. He's in position, so I like another bet here, and you can check some rivers if you want to. 1.3K in the middle. You can also just set it up for a river jam.
It's right on the
right? I mean, like your hand is certainly strong enough. Joe can have, I mean, he cold called He cold called out of the blind. I mean, this dude
Should have given up.
is the guy that can have pocket nines, the pocket tens, maybe
Now,
even
there's a
pocket
couple
jack.
here, I'm like, why don't if it's either there or
I mean, yeah, if I'm Cam, I'm very much the river jam is very much in play, even on this board that doesn't look like it wants to be.
I also
Or it's
very
just kind of
confident that it's
gross.
futile.
That's 1,000.
I don't know if the floor, I don't know.
Another
it's
three-quarter
I'm
side.
very confident that it's worthless.
Joe's gonna let it go. So no more money for Cam, but he will take the 2K in the middle. He'll show the king. But yeah, so here's the other thing, Ragnar.
Can't call because you're just going to shove on the top.
Oh, he says positions also key. King shrinks rapidly in a multi-way pot. Yeah, sure, multi-way.
Pairs at this table is
But yeah, the other thing is like, imagine what I think most like regular tournament players are attempting to do, and like frame your decisions from that standpoint. You want to win the tournament. You want to collect all of the chips. Literally every chip in play, you want to possess it. If that's your goal, if that's what you came to do, are you folding kings, man? Like, put that as your goal. And then ask the question, are you folding kings? Now, set the question to, do you want to ladder up a few spots and make a few hundred or a few thousand more dollars than if you just busted out when you had kings? If that's what you're talking about, if that's what it is that's important to you, is making a few extra bucks, like maybe money's tight, maybe the few $1,000s or whatever makes a big difference, and you'd rather not go to try to win all of the chips, you know? It's like that few thousand extra, you know, helps me pay the rent or fixes my car or something. Like, understandable, man. You know, maybe playing a poker tournament in that situation isn't the best way to go about it. But like, I don't know. Everybody's different. You could be in there, in the mix, make a big difference for you. I just think that as a regular tournament player, your goal is always to win the tournament. And in those situations, you should be going for it. You should be trying to get all the chips. Pocket kings is one of the best hands to get all the chips. Bad turn here for Raul. Check flop. Raul leads the turn, gets called. And now that Raul checks, yeah, time for Cam to get some value. And he's going to keep it nice and cheap. Try to get paid by a 9, maybe even an 8. Love the bet size here. Yeah. It's also just big enough. It's just on the right size of small, where it's like maybe you're just bluffing. Like you just got like ace 10 with the ace of hearts or 10 of hearts, and you're just like, I don't know, like maybe he'll just fold if I bet this amount. So it's a good size. He doesn't get it. Cam shows the queen. Friendly game here tonight. People showing each other cards left and right. Having a good time. Ragnar here. Hot take. Winning shouldn't be your objective in a tournament. My goodness. The goal is to go as far as possible. I just don't know. I just don't know. To each their own. And Mr. Ragnar, I hope that every tournament you play, you make it as far as possible. So, I mean, all of these things are subjective in their own right, but then you can distill some things out as well. As Optimize picks up a spade flush draw here on the turn, giving him some opportunity to improve. Doug here with the ace high is going to make the call. I heroed off Doug earlier tonight when he made a pair on the river and went all in as a bluff, and I called him down with the ace high. He
Full
He
the
got me.
tray on this.
This time, Doug makes the pair.
How can I ever
Optimize makes the
fold?
flush. Optimize checks.
How can I ever fold?
This is the perfect card for Doug to bet and for Optimize to check raise on. So he does go for the check. And a big over bet from Doug. Optimize just calls.
Gotta trap you sometimes.
Optimize just calls. I mean, for the overbet size, I guess that makes sense. Because what overbets and then calls the raise that you're beating? Whatever.
Yeah, I'm thick pissed.
I don't know. Jedi Master Ted here in the chat. Hey, what's up, man? Let's see here. Ragnar says 3 second place finishes is better than 1 win and 2 ninth place finishes. Okay, like, but
Specifically here in he said he like.
but if you add up the opportunity, like the percentage of opportunities that you're gonna have, and then try to whittle it down to like, can you get 3 second places, or can you get 1 win and 2 ninth places, and like what would you rather get, and then try to actually turn that into some sort of actionable strategy. That's just not possible, man. Like, if you got to heads up in a tournament 3 times,
Maybe I'm an idiot.
like that is just, depending on the size of the tournament, I mean, that's just not going to happen very often, right? But making a final table is going to happen on, you know, some low frequency. I don't know. I mean, it's just really tough to try to put it into that perspective. I hear what you're saying. I want to acknowledge where you're coming from. I want to acknowledge that what you're saying is how a lot of people feel. I think it's perfectly reasonable. It's everything that we've been talking about, everything I've been talking about, rambling about, of how people have different perceptions about how to attack different scenarios. I just think that when I play a tournament, my goal is to win. I think most of my friends, most of the people that play tournaments with me on a regular basis, when they play a tournament, their goal is to win. That goal can change throughout the tournament, given the circumstances of where you are. If you're on a money bubble jump, or a payout jump, or you're on the money bubble, and you have 3 big blinds or something, and you know that there's another guy that has 1 big blind, and if you fold, that guy, you fold kings or whatever, that guy is going to have to go all in before you, and that you're going to instantly jump up thousands of dollars. Okay, right? Like, you can make these sorts of decisions, but that's ICM. That's a whole microcosm of the game that is bigger than this sort of stuff that we're talking about. Of just like, I'm not ever trying to win the tournament. I'm just trying to make it as far as I can. Like, I think the starting point is always to try to win the damn tournament. Both players with a flush draw here. Raul has a gut shot to the wheel as well. Check. Finds a wager of 400 incoming from Zach, and does go for the check call. It's a 5 of clubs here on the end. Raul improves to the best hand, but not an inspiring improvement. Let's see how he plays this. If this somehow just goes check, jack, and Zach is just like done with it, he's going to be sick to his stomach about how he lost this, but I'm not sure that Zach bet flop and bet turn to shut it down now. I don't know. Let's see. Let's find out. I think if he has diamonds, he shuts it down, but with spades, he can go for 3 barrels. And he goes big. He goes over bet. Hell yes. 1.8K, the 1.5x pot over bet, gets Raul to lay down the 5, and Zach, who was going to win that hand one way or the other, despite his opponent improving on the river, does just get it through. Yeah, dude. I mean, if you get to heads up in a tournament, it doesn't matter if you're 5-1 in chips or what, a 10-1. I mean, it doesn't matter. You got to the final 2. I mean, that's fantastic. That's a great run. And you've still got a chance, right? You've still got a chance to win it if you just double. Just get one double. Give you a fighting chance. He's tennis for Joe this time. I'll make it 75. Jeff will call. And Doug gonna complete from the straddle. 10-8 suited. So 3 players repping different suits. Take a flop. 8 high, couple of hearts though. So Doug smashing this board. Nothing for anybody else. Checks through. King on the turn. Not a good card for Doug and his holding, but not a bad card given what his opponents actually have. Regardless of the fact that this is a over card and not a great one for Doug anymore, he is going to still just bet the 150. Maybe find out where you're at kind of a bet. Also, you have a hand that can always call a raise. So, I mean, there's nothing particularly wrong with betting when you have a hand that can call a raise. It's just a matter of whether or not your hand benefits from it. Sort of your range. Everything folded together, right? Like, how many hands are you going to have there that can bet and call a raise? And 8 of hearts is certainly sort of the backbone of that piece of the range. There's going to be a whole lot of other stuff that isn't going to want to call a raise.
I don't even understand your needle.
The Alan Kessler strategy. Yeah, I mean, again, to each their own. I've certainly, I mean, dude, like, don't get me wrong, too. I have certainly been guilty of making laydowns in spots where I looked back on it and was like, God, I wish I'd just put all my chips in there. Right? Because it's like, you go out, like, let's say you do ladder up a few things. You go out like an hour and a half later, you make an extra $1,000 or something, and then you're driving home, and you're thinking back, and you're like, damn, I blinded down, I got all my chips in with pocket 5s on 7 big blinds. They just had 9s, and I lost, and you just, man, what if I just put all my money in with ace queen in that 1 3-bet pot? Right? Like, you think back on it, and you're like, oh, like, what if I'd just gone with that spot instead? And, like, of course, it's all hindsight, but sometimes it's those big spots that are just like, you won the tournament and you look back, you're like, oh man, like, I remember I got it all in with ace queen, I spiked the ace or something, like ran out of flush, whatever it was, like, and I got all those chips, and then I just went on the massive heater and ran everybody over. I mean, there's always these pivotal moments, and you'll never know if that was your pivotal moment or not, unless, like, you actually play the spot. But it can always go the other way too. Sometimes, like, I know my buddy that won his first bracelet. Well, won his only bracelet.
He's talking about how the bets went. He's not talking about the hand.
He folded in a big spot. It was king queen. It was a turbo tournament. Everybody was on dust. He had like 6 big blinds. He folded king queen in a spot where, like, most people are just gonna go broke. And then he went on to win the tournament. And that was the pivotal moment for him. Is that he found the fold button in this spot where most people are just going to go broke because you just don't have any blinds, and that's a good hand. And he lets it go, and he looks back and he can say that that was the defining moment. Sometimes folding is the defining moment. You know, you just got to do it your way. Optimize takes that one down, and on to the next one. All right, raise to 75 here from Raul. Cam gonna hit him with the 3rd bet on the button, and Doug has number 1. Aces, kings, queens going around here tonight. mean, disproportionately. So we played 82 hands here. I would say a solid like 15 of those have just been like raise and take it's, or even we had a couple of walks in there earlier. And I'd say like an equal amount have just been like aces, kings, queen. It's got to be 15, maybe even more hands that have aces, kings, queen. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just blowing that out of proportion. But oh, I was definitely not taking a shot at him. I didn't want to make it sound like he's won a bunch of bracelets, and this was just one of them. It was his bracelet. Cam here facing this raise is going to go ahead and get out of the way, which is wise. Would have been a bad time to go for the big one.
Check, I bomb. Check, I bomb.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And you know what? I bet that man has another bracelet in him. I disagree, Ragnar. If you only play MTTs, then you should be going for maximum variance. If you only play MTTs, then your goal is not to just like grind out a bunch of min caches, because that's hard to do. Like it's just actually hard to min cache every tournament and make just a little bit of money. Your ROI, if you play a bunch of MTTs, like if that's your sole source of income, if that's what you do all the time, you're fighting for wins. Like you need final tables. You need final tables because you're going to enter so many of these tournaments that you're just going to dust off buy-in after buy-in after buy-in. And winning back a couple buy-ins here and a couple buy-ins there isn't what's going to work for you. You got to make a final table where you win 50 buy-ins or 100 buy-ins or maybe even in some of these big online fields or something, you win 1,000 buy-ins. That's where you make your money. Maximum variance.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, you can't go with the king, queen, queen.
Like most tournament players are like sort of break-even-ish or losers for like the vast majority of their tournament like career, right? Like if you take like someone who plays a bunch of tournaments and plot out all of their data and then just like take their biggest wins and just pluck them out of there, just pull their big wins out and be like, all right, if we look at your career minus these big wins, these big outliers, these massive like spikes in variance, let's just pull those out and look at how you're doing. It's like, oh, this guy's a scrub.
I was down 2K.
Like he's losing, you know, an X number of, X percentage of ROI. And is that fair to be like, oh, you're a scrub, like you're a bad player? No, like you're firing, you're putting in the volume, you're putting in the time, and then you're rewarded every once in a while by binking that big tournament. Zach here flops the nut flush draw bets and everyone folds. I don't know, but again, like I could say this a million times. Like it's all about.
The problem is they're really struggling to find players.
Certainly, if you're a recreational player, and perhaps that's really just what it is. Like if you're the difference between a professional player that's doing poker for a living versus a player that is playing it to have fun and maybe like, maybe they get to say like, I'm a winning player over the long run. Like I have made money playing this game, and that's fantastic. Good for you. But like that perspective is going to be vastly different. Like the people that I know that play a lot of poker, but they do it for fun because they have a career, or they've retired, they've had a business or whatever it is. Like they're there to have the good time first. And yeah, you ask them like, you just gonna ship it all in these different spots? They're gonna be like, hell no. Like I'd rather make it another hour in the tournament because it's fun for me to make it further in the tournament. And then you put that position out there for a professional, be like, what did you take the spot? And they'd be like, hell yeah. A 60-40? Like, and I'm pretty sure it's a 60-40, to double up and become one of the biggest chips and chip stacks in the tournament, give me that every day of the week. Every day of the week.
Why did I just say the second fewest points in the first half at 0-0? Or
Oh, it's
3-0?
3-0.
Yeah. I don't know if I trust you
Yeah.
anymore. I said
About football. Let's go back and see how Wentz is doing.
Oh,
Nope,
okay.
still
Yeah,
2 points.
33.
I love it. God, I wish I could play against Carson on Saturday. Wow, Khalil Herbert on my bench at 65 rushing yards. Doing some work.
What a game, you know? Yeah. Poker? Great game. Yeah. It is.
It actually, yeah, it's the biggest game I've ever played.
I'm just imagining like how many players I
Pair
don't
of
get
sevens
the
here
full
for
stack
Doug.
against. I'm trying to like, I don't know how many. Oh,
Check calls the
it's
flop.
hard, you know, like I don't know. How many
Leads
people I play
for
with are
300. Jeff calls with the ace high. I am very confused about what is going on this
He didn't even let me
but
bet. He's
Doug
just like,
here-
here, I'll do it for you.
like infinitely block bets
There you go.
the 7 for $10. Jeff only calls with the ace high, which I mean it makes sense. I mean it makes sense. I don't know. I'll be honest. I was reading the chat, trying to see if there was anything else in there, but yeah, he's got bottom boat, so
I've never
feeling fine. And Jeff, of course, with 2-pair ace kicker makes a lot of sense.
It's a bridge too far.
Wasn't really following that one as well
If I
as
have kings, there's not any more strategy involved.
I've only seen one person.
Do you want me to raise?
I've only seen one person do that successfully, and it was Doug.
Flip my card.
I feel like King's free after Ellen showed me ace.
I mean,
She 5-bet shoved, so I'm like folding anyway, and then she shows me ace. If Ellen 5-bet, Helen, is that her name?
The Asian lady?
Helen?
I haven't seen her.
Yeah, well, she 5-bet shoved on me, and I have king, so I'm like, and then she shows you aces. And
Ah, the legend,
She's like, I don't want to gamble. I'll
yeah,
just
she
take
didn't
legend
she's like,
Helen. Be a staple in the 2-5 game. Yeah, when she 5-bet shoves on you, yeah, it's aces.
it was a 5, right? Or was it 6? It was 5. It was 5, right?
I agree. Ted, absolutely. Mullet mustache combo, fantastic there.
It was just a 5.
Cameron, top pair, top kicker here for Raul. Up and down straight draw for Doug, and he's gonna go for the check raise here. Oh, sorry, not check raise. This is a raise in position. So Raul raised to 75. Doug just calls. Bet 100 on the flop. Now Doug raising in position. I mean, this is one of those spots where, like, if you raise, your opponent calls, then, like, they have a natural check and flow on the turn. You can just check back and take your free river card. Like, there's a lot of reasons, you know, to sort of raise now. Let's see what Doug, though, does. When you get called, like, your opponent has something. It's either an ace or they've got hearts, right? There's not a lot else. Maybe every once in a while there's some other hand in there. But yeah, check behind from Doug. 6 of hearts here on the end. Interesting card. I suspect Raul's going to check. He does. Now let's see if Doug turns the 6 into a bluff. If he does, he needs to go big. 1.5x pot, something like that.
Oh my god.
We saw him do this earlier. Ooh, Action Eric is joining us. Welcome to the game, Eric.
Not that
And yeah, Doug, are you going to attack an ace? And if so, for what price?
Yes, sir. Oh no. Is game still going?
Doug is in full hoodie mode. Here we go. Fistful of chips incoming. There it is. 1200 into 900. 1.3x overbet on the end. Love
You
it.
should stop playing.
Absolutely love it.
What?
If it's your worst day. I mean,
Can
Yeah.
Raul find the call? Ace, king, top pair, top
fighter, I
kicker,
don't
no
care.
heart. No heart blocker.
Hard on this guy. Yeah. I'll play more because it's the worst.
The
Wednesday's
psychology of being up big
Wednesday is my day. Used to be Monday.
can
was
sometimes
my day.
lead players to go
After
to
3
even
live
more
streams,
one way or the
Monday.
other. Some people will be like, oh, I'm up so much, I don't have to make a call like this. Perhaps Raul being up big is more empowered to make this call. Who knows? Who knows if that factors in, but he does make the call. Fantastic bluff, I think, here from Doug. Just targeting the best ace, and yeah, you're just not going to get the best ace to fold very often. Raul makes the correct call.
I kind of like it.
And man, yeah, the Raul show. Oh, so I didn't even really realize that. Yeah,
Come into the big.
I mean, Eric is only here because Brinks, or now I can't even remember what his screen name was, has taken his leave. Brooks, a big winner. A big winner is going to leave before the end of the stream. That's a
Play with this guy,
little bit of a faux pas.
Kyle Moss.
A little bit? A lot
Over
of
there.
it.
Kyle Moss.
I'll let you.
Here, we'll talk
decide.
off. Don't. Actually, we'll talk off stream.
Regardless, we have Action Eric in the house, and he will now be playing the 4-seat. Let's see if he can run it up in the same manner that Brooks
Good
did.
action, not good action. That's all I got. Simple game. Just don't fold ace king. Easy game. Give him Eric.
Eric here will not stand this lack of aggression. Limp up front, modest raise in between from Raul on the button. But with the ace-queen suited, fresh off the big hero call right there, gonna make the call. Eric will play this one with the betting lead out of position. A couple of sixes and a 3 on board. He has backdoor hearts, backdoor straight opportunities. I see Eric betting small on this flop, sizing up on the turn, and sending Raul packing if he even makes it to a turn.
He played Moss with the sleep fade, took all your bumps.
Yeah, just put him in a cover beforehand.
I would say
Not that.
in a vacuum, Raul should not fold.
Yeah, no, they've been doing it for a while. Maybe not that. Before the Hustler stuff.
But he will. I mean, yeah. I think Raul has defined himself as a player here fairly well in the data points that we have, sort of 89
You bought in for like
data
2.
point with Raul, which is like, yeah, I mean, he's capable of making some big calls on the river when there's, you know, sort of closing the action. But in a spot like that, it's not particularly tickled to put a bunch of money in the middle with a speculative hand like ace high. Understandable. All right, get a little bomb pot time as it is 9:15. I do want to thank you all for tuning in, for hanging out with us here on TCH Live out of Austin. I'm your host, Aaron McEvoy. Doing the show here on Thursdays.
This guy's a legend. That's who Dan Bazarian thinks he is.
And number 90. 45 minutes left to go. Love to see it. Bottom set. And the butt flush draw on top for Joe. Does have an up and down straight draw on bottom to go with the bottom set, so there's certainly enough of an opportunity to improve on that board that it's not terrible, but you are sort of betting into the field. And if somebody pots it behind, you probably wouldn't love your life. 10 and a 4 here on these turns.
Everyone's planning their FY23 budgets right now.
Yeah, Joe will slow it down with a check now. Raul was in there with really not much on bottom, nothing on bottom, and just the diamond flush draw on top. He does. Oh no, he fills in the gutty. He fills in the gutty for Broadway on top. Board pairs that one. And yeah, if we get to showdown, we're gonna chop this up. It's gonna be a set versus top straight. Raul's just gonna like snap pot this. I don't think he even thought about that for a minute. He's like, I got the 6 of diamonds, F you. The ace of diamonds, F you. Board's paired on top. I don't even care. I'm just gonna blast this. Like, how much? What are you gonna call me with? Raul's a sicko.
But not in any sort of consulting.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's gonna have to fold this. He's like, look at his hand. I got the bottom. I got everything on the bottom. And Zach is like, I don't know, dude. Like, you got the bottom and the bottom only. Like, you made it this far in the hand. You only got one board. Yeah, you're gonna fold a lot. Raul's gonna take this one down. It would have been a chop. He pushes his opponent right out of there.
Hey Eric, we need to do something for me.
That's just sort of, that's power poker right there. That is power poker. Take a look there at the stacks, the earnings. Raul up the most of the players remaining. Brooks, of course, taking leave with a good chunk of change. So
I know, he thinks so too, he hopes, but he's not sure.
any longer.
But we're gonna do a dinner and stuff with him. You want to? I'll let you know. Why? What's he laughing about, huh?
You're so good. So nice.
Only to you, Eric. Everyone else, I'm complete asshole.
Trying to digest.
No, I'm good.
I think he's gonna he's gonna have a vacation.
Yeah, I hope so.
Raul makes it 75 in the cutoff. Cam wakes up with ace queen off
You said
on
you
the
haven't been
button.
back since
Gives
you
him
moved,
the
right?
third bet.
You haven't been back since you moved?
Here we go. Raul makes the call. Heads up
China.
to a flop. Queen high with a
How
4.
often do you go?
No club out there. Going to be tough to Raul. For Raul to continue past the
You used to go
turn.
back regularly with
Yeah, when I was in China,
Sort of speculative call here on the flop. I don't know. Let's find out.
You were there when it... Oh,
75 here from Cam. And yeah, actually, Raul did it quickly because call the bottom pair.
1 week or 2 weeks,
Because there's just a 4 of hearts coming all the
almost got
time
stuck there.
on the turn. And top for Cam goes from being an easy winner to being just absolutely slam dunk into the basement. Raul here takes his time before checking. Cam really shouldn't be afraid of much. This is sort of like, I mean, his opponent could have king queen, queen 10, ace jack, king jack. There's even like queen jack. No, queen jack. Sorry, queen jack is tough. Or queen jack is crushing it.
this could be serious.
I don't know what I was gonna say. Yeah, Cam's gonna go big here. He's gonna bet 3/4 pot. He's going for max value. He's
Crazy how so
charging
much
diamonds.
life
I mean,
position sometimes is like...
if Raul ever had like king 10 of diamonds or
Crazy sometimes.
ace 10 of diamonds,
That's fascinating.
Raul here spiking the dirty, nasty little 4 of hearts, the most innocuous card. Like, that's the card that Cam is like, yeah, no, I'm not worried about that one.
No, I've never been.
Dude opens, then calls my bet. Like, how many 4s does he have?
It's just so long.
Exactly 2 combinations of suited 5-4, and then exactly 2 combinations of suited ace 4.
And then cocktail.
Have to, right? If you're
One
gonna
of
go all
which
the way over,
I
have to.
block with the ace of spades.
Yeah.
Check raise here from Raul.
But I have to take off like
Oh my god.
big trip. I don't want to do
And
it for
small too, 1.4K. This is only 800. I mean, but Raul
a
here
month would be good. A month.
choosing a really pretty good size because it's only 800 to call. But if Cam makes this call, he goes to 2.6K behind, which is less than what the pot would be on the end.
Japan saying
So he
something.
pretty much just has to decide if he's going to play for all of it or not. I mean, now he's got to decide, does Raul have one of those 4 combos? Maybe a set of jacks or queen jack, right? Like queen jack of hearts is available.
Yeah, last time I went
Queen
to
jack
Europe,
of clubs is available. So for every combination of a 4, there's actually almost a combination of a queen jack. So several.
Japan before I was supposed to go in.
Oh wait, queen. No, queen. He has the queen of hearts. What the hell am I saying? What am I even saying? Queen jack of clubs is the only combination of queen jack. Yeah, no. Poor Cam. Gonna ship it in. He's gonna get stacked. Gonna get stacked by the 5
real
here.
BJJ guy.
Yeah, you know, easily.
No, I'm more of a Japanese guy. Oh, I see what you're saying. I got you.
So
I love the history.
Yeah.
I mean, Raul's gonna go through the process of getting the chips counted out here. I mean, I guess there are some universes within which
I was supposed to get Shihan.
you're just losing to queens or jacks full and you fold, but I mean, I don't know, dude. I'm sorry, like, Cam goes all in here. He's got aces, he's got kings. Yeah, no, yeah, okay, Raul makes the call. Cam needs a miracle. Queen of clubs, queen of diamonds, those are his outs. Gonna need to find one of them here on the end. 2 cards in the deck, 1 card to come. Can Cam get bailed out? They're gonna run it twice. Answer's no and no. And Raul's run good continues. And the stackenings of Cam continues. Well, tough run here for Cam tonight. The God run of Raul continues.
Nice hand, Raul.
Raul up over $13,500 in front of him. Cam goes down, stuck 10K, and will take his lead. Good game, man. Tough run.
Never fold kings. If you ever want to fold kings, that's why.
Pissing on the rest.
All right, more Joey Ingram after the stream. Okay. Always new entertainment, new information coming out in the saga of the hand. This has been some fascinating stuff. And shout out to Caitlin Komeski. Shout out for her parody video that she put together. Really well put together. Fantastic writing or whatever, just acting, whatever she put into that. Whether she actually wrote things down or just put it all in. I mean, just fantastic. Really amazing stuff. Featured on the Joey live stream, the video. Everybody got to watch it. Then she gets to call in, have a conversation with him. It was absolutely fantastic. I mean, I hope that Caitlin just takes this to the win.
He makes 13K.
All right, 3 players, 2-8 flop. Joe here flops 2 overs, up and down straight draw, exact with bottom pair. Yeah, just sort of random 2 over cards back towards spades.
I think they're mad.
13K? Wow.
Probably 3 hands in 15 minutes, and they just multiply.
Bet a 50 enough
Yeah, I
to
think the
keep
match
Jeff in.
He really made a great money. Like, he made like
8
7
of diamonds improves
played
Joe.
pretty good. Yeah, those three are
Top
those 3
pair. Now
sessions.
Jeff has a gutty.
Like
The
20
biggest one was a
check
big game.
30, like 28, 30. Maybe,
And
yeah,
there's
50,
the
100.
gutty. Top 2 for Joe. 1-liner to a straight
50, 100 whole
that
time.
Jeff has.
Was it Cinnabon they're talking
And
about?
Joe doesn't even think about betting. He's just probably going to go for a check call at any amount.
Not that crazy.
That would be the way I would play this.
Big
Oh.
one. You win with that.
If your opponent
big
ever
one
has
on
like
that
busted
level.
spades, whatever. There are 2 straights, right?
But the one where he won
The
like
5,
24,
10, like
the
both of
5,
those
10,
beat
Five,
you.
10 go, you too, yeah.
You got
That
two.
was
You got top
crazy.
2 pair. I don't know.
He's played
And what are your bluff catchers? I don't know. It's just only a set. Only a 5. I don't know. He lets it go. Correctly gets away from it.
for the game.
I feel like top 2. Just a hand you sort of begrudgingly call off there, but Joe disagrees. He's correct. What do I know?
Yeah, I think he's organizing a live stream game.
Absolutely, Ragnar. No, for
his
sure.
send-off, me.
Caitlin has been putting out content day after day after day,
That's gonna
and
be a crazy
finally getting recognized.
Well, on his way out.
All he wants
Fantastic
to
stuff.
do is invite pros.
Love to see it.
Wants to challenge.
Yeah, I
Best
know, he
players
does.
in All-Star,
All right,
and they
5,
win
10,
that
25.
skill, get back to
Raul
challenge
here.
next
Oh,
week.
5-4 suited. Hell yeah, we win heaps with this hand. Let's go. Raise it up to 75.
No, he's just thinking of
Jeff defends with the king 7 off. That was his hand from earlier, so a battle of the hands. Jeff connects once again. Raul, though, does have a, whoa, geez, that 8 of clubs just turned into a 5 of diamonds. So both players with a pair.
just a
Raul
live
has
stream,
backdoor spades
You're
as
writing
well.
off just live?
So he's going to
This
bet
one's okay?
100. Jeff will go for the check call. Is it going to be a 4? No, it's a 7. 2 pair for Jeff
No,
now.
my Thursday was okay.
Raul will have to hit a 5 on the end to improve to the best hand. Jeff checks once again. Let's see if Raul slows it down
Most
here.
of my money.
Live stream?
All live stream.
He does. Here we go to a river. It's a jack of diamonds. Doesn't look like a 5 whatsoever.
Oh, high?
That's that. Yeah, that's that. My 8 jack and those 2 sevens. My 7
Gamble, gamble.
You're right,
Yeah,
Ragnar.
every
She has
gamble
no
situation I do.
excuses for missing this one. All right, Jeff here leads for 2 1/4 on the end. Tries to get value from, I don't know, maybe like ace queen with the ace of diamonds or something. That bet flop checks back on
We're
turn.
gonna try to organize something for these plays. John Griffith and I
I think,
organize a big game for their stream.
Matt is trying to organize a Monday game here.
Who?
Matt, Wesley.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, we should.
Should
I'll
have a
help
Monday
him out.
game. Definitely should have a Monday
I know. You know, Hart will play every Monday,
Yeah,
but not here.
here could. I think John talked to him. His wife could play 1, 2 on the side. Back.
More power to him.
The best is at large, like their tournament.
So many people, there's more volume. Someone can just walk in and show
I
up.
think a lot of players try to help this play, not to be like.
Heads up here. Single raise pot between Doug and Jeff. Both players with a pair.
Yeah, a lot of players.
1, 2, 5 PO.
But I think
Sometimes it is.
Doug here will bet just over half pot.
Private players make it to the lodge very soon. It's a big, big group of private games.
Jeff will make the call.
At the lodge temporarily. And that will not last for much longer.
5 of hearts on the turn doesn't really interact
believe
with
it'll
the
be a
board
bunch of
whatsoever.
60-plus-year-olds.
Imagine that just goes
sitting
check,
there.
check. As Doug doesn't really benefit from
very good.
putting
52 is
more
shutting
chips
down.
into the middle. He
Yeah,
does
I know.
quickly check back and drills the ace on the end. Jeff is going to hate that card. He'll check it over. And now let's see if Doug goes for a small enough bet to get called by the king queen. I don't know though. I mean, that's just sort of like the nut worst river card. And yeah, if he goes big, which he is, fistful of everything. Oh, Jeff snap called him. I take it all back. Jeff was gonna hero any amount. For 330, Jeff not willing to abandon the queen, and rightfully so. I mean, maybe you do that more often with the heart,
When I
maybe
call
you
Doug,
bluff
I
more
put
often with the
people
heart. I'm not exactly sure, but
I don't throw one.
yeah, if you fold all of your queens, you probably get run over.
Jesse tried
So
ripping off the
I think
rarely
it's a good
call
call.
with one chip.
It doesn't go his way, but
Like if I call with one chip,
understandable
I'm
for
certain.
sure. And I know that I've made that call many times in my career as well. It's like the ace is the best card for your opponent to bluff. Like you're gonna have to call, and sometimes they are gonna have it. All right, just about half an hour left in the broadcast.
Ooh, it was
I
wrong.
want to thank everybody for tuning in. It's been a pretty wild night here.
I know. I haven't made a big phone in a
1999
long
super
time.
chat here
Like, when have you seen
from
me
Mark
make a
Abel.
big-
Hey,
never.
thank you so much, man. Appreciate the great commentary, AA Ron. Well, thank you. Appreciate you
I know.
supporting
I always
us.
call. I'm like such a
Appreciate you
stage.
turning in, or tuning in.
15K swings.
Always great playing with you as well. So thanks for tuning in, man. Let's see here. What do we got going on? We got 4 players in here. Optimize and Jeff both playing hearts. Raul with 2 pair and Joe
Come on,
turning
Kevin.
top. Bet at 125. A call. It's over to Raul. And yeah, here comes the raise. But this is a tiny little raise. Just 375.
It's folding, right? Yes. I'm phoning a friend.
So Joe shows his cards to Zach like, yeah, this is what I'm folding. I mean, it's the correct fold, but I mean, my goodness.
See a fold I made?
Now, how do we continue if we're Jeff? Yeah, size is too good, or the size is too small, price too good to do anything other than continue.
That was some street poker.
Optimize is going to feel the same way.
I don't know what.
So, I mean, if this river is not a heart, then Raul is just going to be loving
It's not
everything.
great. Ace 10 maybe would be better.
Oh my
Queen
God,
10
it's
is
another
better.
queen.
I should fold
It's
this.
another queen. And Jeff is going to lead out at this? He's just going to snap lead out at this. He's like, no, I have all the queens. Like, F you. This is absolutely amazing. And he came to this decision so quickly, too.
Oh, there we go.
Raul, who gets counterfeit, is going to fold his hand. And Jeff is going to show the hand. He's just like, yes, let's go. And Joe's like, no, I folded the queen and the ace.
That's a raise.
We were standing outside for an hour.
Wow.
Phenomenal
What
for
a
me. I didn't-
hand.
Huh?
What a hand. Well played, Jeff.
I get it. They're betting and then you raise, I gotta fold.
All right,
You
time
don't
to
raise,
take
I
a peek
definitely call.
over at Mr. Carson
If
Wentz.
somebody had to have
Playing in
like Jack
Chicago.
Queen or some other 2 pair.
How you doing, buddy?
Set. That costs me
My
money.
app doesn't want to refresh. What the hell's going on?
I'm a Nick.
I don't remember how it played.
Ooh,
out.
he's improved from 2
As played
points
out is what
to
you're saying.
3.
I just don't think I would have made
Nice.
it. You don't think you would have made it. But I don't remember what the action was.
99 passing yards. Okay, 1 passing yard away from improving to 4.
No, I mean pre-flop, then flop. I don't remember what.
Good things happening. King high. Eric continues. Wins.
Call all around. And then you bet.
Flop checks around.
Flop this around.
So it would have been worse because he flopped 2 pairs, so if I see bet the flop, he raises and then I get off it anyway. Unless you check 2 pairs, which I doubt you're gonna do.
Raul up $8.6 thousand.
If you're taking poker advice from me.
All right, let's try it again.
Joe with the suited wheel ace.
Just 'cause
Ragnar dropping a $5 super chat. Apologize for arguing with you earlier. Oh, I didn't feel like we were arguing whatsoever. I thought we were having a good conversation from 2 different perspectives. So no needs to apologize at all, my friend. Thank you so much for the $5.
My pants to count to 20.
And no, anytime you or anyone else has a different opinion, I am happy to have just an open and honest discussion from different perspectives, and I'll apologize back if I led you to believe that we were having an argument. That may have been my tone that led you to believe that. So I do apologize if I was acting combative. Certainly only trying to share my perspective. Top trips here for Doug. Joe will continue betting, and he's just going to get snapped off here as he's just got the ace high, nothing burger. Doug is like just happy to check all all the way down
That
the
was
line.
the worst New York impression. He's like, come on, I'm
To
from
600.
New York.
Doug just gets, yeah.
It's been a while.
4 years.
Yeah, he hasn't been there in a while. Jeez, give him a break. It's been a while. Fuck. COVID affected all.
Your card has been full.
COVID affected all of us.
I love it.
There you go. As of our remaining players here at the table, Zach up second most, up about 1,000.
Way early though. I mean, I know it's only 15 minutes left, but like they're third and goal, they're about to take the lead. Or at least make it a one-score game, a one-point game.
Well, I mean, again, Ragnar, I think it's indicative of, or rather not indicative, but
I feel like I know, like,
descriptive strategies for two maybe different classes of both. People that are playing tournaments to have a good time and maybe make some money on the side, and people that are like playing tournaments all the time. I think that just sort of leads you to have different perspectives just from
Dude, but Carson Wentz has like 10 touchdown passes.
the life that you're living.
Hurts and
You know.
Hurts only has 4. Like Carson's not.
Joe here playing the Woody, the 2x4.
In my opinion.
Got a gutty, but not good enough.
You can have it.
Eagles
You can
quarterback.
have it.
Jeff bets Eric raises with
He has
a whole
like
lot of nothing.
400, he only has
and just takes
450
down.
more yards than Cooper Rush, and he played a whole other game then.
They have a lot of
100 rushing yards, right? And they spread it out like crazy. Just like 3 running backs, they do all sorts of shit. But no, I think the Eagles are a little bit of fool's gold.
I agree. I think they're very underrated. Like, are they a
They're good.
12 to 7.
like they're not?
They're not.
7 minutes left in the fourth quarter here between Washington and Chicago.
Such a I'm the most pessimistic Cowboy fan.
I don't know what the under was. Actually, if I click on it, it'll tell me
Aren't you gonna love the media help if he does though?
what that
And
was.
next week it's gonna be all about Cooper Rush staying
Doubt it.
by the media.
Cooper Rush threw
Does
for
anybody know what the over-under was? Like sort of the consensus
He's not
over-under
awful, but he's bad.
for this Chicago-Washington game? As the Commanders actually
Not
just
he
scored
threw for 100 yards.
on a Brian Robinson 1-yard rush.
Always, every game he plays.
Did not get the 2-point conversion.
He's not very good.
Like Cowboys defense
Michael Parsons is
is so fucking good.
maybe the best defensive player I've ever seen,
It's so good.
which is easy to exaggerate.
Nice roll, Peter Marshall with the 98. Jeff here with a couple of queens.
Any of us in the
And Joe on the queen 9. Gut shot here for Joe. Jeff continues for 100, and Joe will have none of it. So Jeff just gets to take that one down. Big shout out to Joe, by the way, for giving Padawan producer Kristen and I a $25 gift card to Taco Bell, baby.
I left.
Coming in from out of town, wanted to play on the stream. A couple of times he's played here, been hanging out in the card room playing throughout the week. Really nice guy, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, and just a big shout out for the free Taco Bell. I'm gonna go participate in Taco Bell news here after the stream. Ooh, Kristen participated earlier this evening, so we're both getting on that T-Bell train, a la Joe. So hell yeah.
I went to a small.
Oh, you didn't go
For golf. No, I went to school.
All right, raised to 75 here. Ace Jack just goes in the bin here for Doug. That is pretty tight.
I played it once.
But Doug not interested in getting after it here. Joe makes the call. Jeff makes the call. Ace high. Doug.
I wish I should play
He's
this time.
just.
I love it.
But come on, man. Got Ace Jack there, late position open. You gotta punish that guy. As it stands, we check through to a 7 of diamonds on the turn. Jeff now has trip 7. Still checking. Joe here has a second pair of 10s. No reason to bet. Should just check again. Okay, Joe checked. Jeff checks. Raul here is gonna take a little stab with the 3s. I'm not sure I love this. I feel like there's just so many hands that are going to continue against you, and 3s are just terrible. The one thing it has going for it is that like 3s are just like really bad, and if somehow someone calls you with a draw and checks the river, you can just check behind and you might still win the pot. But if you don't bet now, then they're just going to bet their misdraw, and you're going to have to fold the river. So there are some things going for it, but as it stands, yeah, like betting the 3s is just going to end up being torched because Joe makes the
Like,
call.
just stay right where
Jeff
you're
goes for the raise.
Keep your owner,
And
keep
now
your
the
coach, keep your quarterback, just keep it. Don't change it.
Yeah, they're in that like mediocrity level. Where you
over under was 41.5 for the Bears and Commanders.
I mean, I'm 99%
Are you
sure
kidding
Bears
me?
getting fired anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not like a big number, like all things considered, in the NFL. But I feel like between those two teams, that number should have been in the 30s. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. But if I would have taken the under on that. Those are two terrible teams. Anyways, I mean, there you have it.
Snyder thing this morning was interesting.
Ragnar had some T-bell earlier. Nice, dude.
I think it's
Gotta
probably,
get in there.
but it's kind of interesting.
I'm hungry too.
I really hope that he doesn't
They
get
add an extra
one in the stadium.
item on my order.
Worst owner in sports.
I mean,
By a mile.
you saw
There
that
you go.
story
Pepperoni.
about him?
Yeah,
He had dirt on everybody.
All right, Raul doesn't have a hand.
Little dog yap loud.
I mean, it's hard to imagine he does.
All the way over to Zach. He's out of the way. Battle of the biggest blinds.
But he's got
Jeff
some
will
nasty
limp
shit in his
the
own-
big,
his organization's just
big,
dirty
big
as
little
hell.
slips,
I
little
don't know
slip.
about-
Yeah.
Dirt
like what
diaper
he thinks he
optimized
has,
checks
but
his option,
Yeah.
and
he does,
places
but I
at a
bet
10
he
out
has
there.
worse on either, so.
Jeff has not looked.
If he did get a lot of dirt on a lot of owners, let's say he gets like
Optimized can find the call here with Queen High. He cannot. 3 high wins.
I don't think it's that stuff. I think it's probably cheating stuff. It's probably like all the like piped in. It's all the like filming practices. It's
Okay,
like
yeah,
scouts
41.5.
are,
Seen-
like,
seen.
working for two teams and shit like that.
I mean, it's a very reasonable over/under
I think
for an
that's
NFL
it.
game. I
I
just
still
feel
think
like
that's
between
it.
the Commanders and the Bears, the Commanders have put up some points just because they've
I
had
think they're
to,
probably not as
like in
aggressive
their
about it,
first couple of games, and then
but
last
guarantee
week
they have
against
some
Tennessee
staff
also
that finds a way
just
to
put up some
teach
points
those
somehow.
practices
But,
and watches and reports and things.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Bears haven't done anything, right? Like they run the ball. They run the ball with Khalil Herbert and
Maybe not.
what's his Nuggets who's been injured. David Montgomery. Certainly don't do much of the passing. Justin Fields, man. Some people thought that he was going to come into this year as like a potential breakout. He's got good rushing capabilities, you know. He's got an arm, but man, they just have not been utilizing
Private checks.
their wideouts. Their tight end, God, their tight end
worst
just
case
haven't caught
scenario
any
where he
pass.
has like dirt on 25 owners and it gets like formally exposed because the NFL like kick out 25 owners and like force all 25 owners to sell like for this period of time.
Check, check, check. Once again, deuce of hearts on the end. Pair of sixes. Would be best if we get to showdown. Nobody's going to take a stab at this. Zach, the only player with the opportunity, and he is just going to pitch his cards right into the muck. Doesn't even want to go for it at all. The 7 of spades.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the center stuff's probably nothing. Probably.
It's probably like.
He's just small dog yap loud guy. That's just who he is.
Yeah, it's like knowing Kraft went to
But who knows, man? I want him to keep his job.
What if
Because he's the only thing preventing Jerry from being the worst owner in sports.
what if he replaced Jerry and it would mean Cowboys would win a Super Bowl every 10 years? Would you accept that?
Snap.
Yeah. Every 17 years?
Jerry's the second worst owner in sports by a country mile.
I feel like he's one of the most passionate. Like him and Cuban are like two of the most
How
passionate.
passionate they are. I don't give a fuck how passionate they are. Like, they're good.
He treats the team like a mom and pop shop, like it's embarrassing. Like, oh, CeeDee Lamb didn't make the catch, and we're on the first and goal from the 1. Let's throw a fade to him. It's like you feel bad for CeeDee? It's a strategy game. Like, they just do shit like that
Raised to
all the time.
300
The way they
from
hire him,
Optimize
so it's embarrassing.
after Zach opened the red ace in the cutoff. Optimize quickly checks top pair with the king of, ace of spades. 3 of spades here on the turn. See if Optimize checks again. I mean, like his hand is just so good. No, instead he's going to bet 2 1/4 just to kind of be like, oh, well, you know, I didn't bet the flop. I probably don't have anything now. Zach is a non-believer. Drawing virtually dead. 3 of diamonds on the end. And now, like, Optimize needs to have something like Jack 10 with the Jack of Spades or something. I mean, and even that is probably betting the flop. I mean, there's just like very few combinations of single spade hands that don't bet the flop if they're a bluff. I don't know. Zach here, though, I think this one through and say to himself, like, you did check the flop, and it's a wet board. So if you have an ace, you'd probably bet the flop. Thing is that if you have the ace of spades, that's when you don't have to bet the flop. Zach may pay this one off. 2/3 bet on the end. But if he calls with 8s, that means he's calling with a lot of 9s, presumably. And you'd probably rather call with your 9s, because then you actually interact with the board, whereas 2 red 8s really don't interact with the board. In fact, they interact with the board in a bad way. 8-7 of diamonds, 8-7 of hearts are like some hands that could potentially check the flop and then start betting as a bluff. I don't know. Zach here just kind of doesn't really know where Optimize is at. Does make the call. And after that, Zach is going to move into the red. After being up all night, he is down a few $100 now.
Big play, big play.
Probably delay a game.
I think they're on Chicago's side of the field already.
We got about 15 minutes or so left.
On the outside.
Raul just takes that one down. Couple of 5s. 2 minutes left in
He's
the
been here for a
game.
while. I don't think he wants to.
Carson Wentz
been here for
looking like
like an
he's
hour.
going to finish up under 100 passing yards. Pretty incredible.
I could persuade him. It's probably Eric.
No, you can say something like that. As long as it's not.
I mean, do you think he wants to play with you?
Josh?
Or wants to play with Eric?
I think Josh likes playing with you. You should see the action that gives.
Yeah, like as long as I mean, if anyone, expiration.
Some tough rolls from my people in the chat. Sorry, guys.
Action to action play.
All right, the 50 is on. Folds to Raul on the button. He's got ace-10 off. He's going to make it 150 to go. And nothing doing. Take it down.
Hard to be 0,
Eric, at this point, the only other winner besides Raul. Brooks took off. And everybody else just getting whacked here.
Jeff is the lowest VPIP.
What?
You're the lowest VPIP, right?
think?
You say something like, oh,
I have no idea.
We will have to wait for the VPIPs to pop up here. Aggression frequency favoring Eric at this point, but yeah, unclear who has the lowest VPIP. But, we'll take another peek when those stats pop up. Folds to Joe, a big blind. He is going to raise this up. And the $50 straddle is not on this time, so it's just a raise to 100. Queen Jack, and Zach will let it go.
it looks like he almost recovered, but then someone came up and hit him there.
Did they give it to?
It looks like Chicago now. Unless they stole it from him. Who did they say his ball?
I didn't see. Looks like Washington.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's definitely frowned upon.
Oh, okay.
Definitely frowned.
We played shorthanded for a while.
Yeah, we've been playing like 7.
No,
It's like 8
no,
before I
no
got
stream
here.
interruptions at all. They haven't stopped us one time. Smooth sailing.
but it's actually called flop once.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of joking.
On the 4-bet.
All right, 25 is on. Raul going to be first to act over there.
I mean, I was joking. Like, he was obviously racing like everyone did. I wasn't.
I'm sorry, I saw this wrong.
We are.
Oh, that's my fault.
Oh, okay. So the optimize here is first. And he's just gonna limp. He's like, oh, I thought it was my 25. I don't know what happened there. We're all watching the football game. So he puts the 25 out there just to call sevens. And comes around over to Jeff. He's going to check his option. So here we go. Heads up to a flop.
I don't want you. I bet $10.
What? Sorry?
Call $10.
Bet a $10 from Optimize. Jeff will make the call. Deuce of diamonds. Beautiful card on the turn.
Is that Brian Robinson kid?
And we're up to a quarter now. My goodness, this pot is growing at an unsustainable rate. 5 of clubs on the end. Queen high here for Jeff. Checks once again. Optimized. Isn't gonna bet again. He should have gone for the $10 wager again. Would have been a thing of beauty. Just maximum milkage of the queen high. But he's doing the milking.
Yeah, I'm putting it in with
We're on the same page, me and Optimize.
I'm re-raising main clip. Shoving on top of the gun.
That was amazing. Just getting maximum value.
Like I got out.
All right.
He's really tall.
The Washington Commanders do have the ball back. I don't actually know what happened. I guess the Chicago must have punted. But it's 2nd and 22. So they started off their drive with a sack, 12-yard sack. Are you kidding me? God, they're terrible. Fine by me though. Throw an interception, Wentz. Why not? Finish the game with negative points. How awesome would that be? It's like my defense. Yeah. My defense last week lost me my my fantasy football match. The Dolphins playing the Jets. They couldn't stop them at all. I lost 5 points for starting the Dolphins defense. And then I end up losing my game by 3 points. It's like, if I could have just not started a defense, I would have won. Like, how effing stupid is that? You think you start a player, you start a position, you're going to get something out of them. Especially if the defense plays the effing Jets. No, not a thing. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Padawan producer Kristen over here is having a great start to this game. I mean, it is a defensive game for sure, so having the defense and a linebacker for the Bears is pretty good. Absolutely. And your opponent had somebody? Who the hell did they have?
Well, especially in poker.
Curtis Samuel, okay, who is not having a night. He has had some nights in the past, but yeah, when Carson Wentz has 99 passing yards, then Curtis Samuel is not having a night. All right, Zach here, just a raise and take it. Hand number 109 on the books. We come into the home stretch here. Just a couple of more hands. Do we know what hands we finish on? 114 is the hand we're going to finish on.
You trying to get crazy?
It was like a
Are you
last
saying you
minute
want to do a
thing.
bump out?
Oh, my God. He called them and asked them for a room.
Ooh, big play there from the Commanders. Getting them a chunk of yardage. 3rd and 7. That's a 2-minute warning.
They take care of you.
Carson Wentz leading his team down the field. Could it be?
No, I don't even know. I mean, it was the only casino on the whole. Well, I didn't know there was more than one place.
Yeah, there's only a couple, but.
What's that?
No,
No, Puerto Rico.
Oh.
Yeah, it was the one next to like all the newer resorts, like off the north.
All right, Raul here, ace queen high, not good enough to continue. Joe will take this one down with the combo draw. You love having 8-9 of clubs on a board like that. You're like thinking of a board, thinking of a flop, thinking, oh, that's the one.
I thought you like.
Take a long time, especially
Our Actuary wants us to go 3 minutes late so that you can gamble again. Well, given the fact that there is a 15-minute delay that I am in no way in control of, it's not up to me. Oh, there's the B pitch. Eric on 10%, Zach on 20%. Everybody else, I think, was higher than that. So yeah.
It was sketchy as fuck.
Mo the Cat wants to know, how is aggression frequency computed? Well, I have a good answer for that. If the action is on you, and you have the opportunity to raise, call, or fold, right? If you raise, your aggression frequency will go up. If you call or fold or check, your aggression frequency will not go up. So there you have it.
I'm 90% sure. Miguel San Juan had it for a little while. When I first met Carlo in the early 90s, there was a back room, and they had, this was back before No Limit, obviously, and they played 12-handed Texas Hold'em.
That's so gross.
So it was
All right, there is the player first to raise percentages. Yeah, a bunch of players sort of in around the 15% mark. Raul up at 20%.
the game was so slow.
Everything should be 8-handed.
I mean, the table was tremendous, but the problem was
Folds through to
they didn't have
Doug
enough
in
people
the
to get
big
two
blind.
tables going.
Joe in the straddle. Everybody folds, and Zach is just going to take that one down.
That end,
All right, hand number 113. This should be our last and final hand of 2 cards,
there'd be like 2 or 3
after which
people
we will
waiting
then
on
presumably
the
play
waiting
a $25 bomb pot. So
4 hours.
a $50 bomb pot to round things out.
I did meet a nice.
Player is it's 2 tables over 6.
Yeah, I know. Just do 2 tables.
Went to showdown percentages there. Eric has not showed down any hands. A lot of the other players have gone to showdown at a pretty high clip. So a lot of times in a game this size, you see very low win showdown values. Players getting there regularly. Jeff here opening with a couple of 8s. Optimize will put in the 3rd bet. 9-7 suited. Doug reluctantly folds the 3s. And Joe will cold call out of the big blind. Ace-10 suited. Jeff will make the call. This will bring Optimize. Sorry, Optimize was the 3 player. Never mind. Of course he's in there. All right, here we go. Optimize with the betting lead and position. Ace, high, board, 2 spades, 1-7. Optimize here. Flops pretty darn good given the fact that his hand is not ahead. At least at the moment, we can see that he has a high percentage chance to win by showdown. Gonna go ahead and take a stab at this. Just under half pot. Joe has called before the camera even cut to him, and Jeff has folded before he even had to think about it. Here we go, heads up to a turn. Jack of diamonds. Joe here, still checking. Now loses to some king-jack combos, if there ever were. Not sure Optimize is going to bet the flop with king-jack, but or pocket jacks. The jack shouldn't really change that much. Optimize here says, this is still my board. I have a pair of 7s. If you are defending with a king or a weak ace, like, get out of my pot. Joe says, no, I ain't going anywhere. Here we go to a river. 6 of spades. Optimize gets there. And Joe is like, damn it, all of the bluffs that I was beating, I'm not beating, and all the value that was already there, I don't beat either. So this sucks.
That was the bet. That was Vegas' line.
He's gonna run it. He's gonna
3,400 in the middle. Optimize is winning this hand. Let's see if he goes for it all or if he goes for some amount less. Joe is the effective stack here on a pot-sized bet. He's going to go smaller than all in, and it's going to be not even half pot.
I mean, they're awful.
1.5K here. Okay. 1,500. And Joe here. Joe is going to make the call. He is a non-believer, and I am not sure what you beat at this point. 10-9, 10-8. I mean, there are a few combinations, but they all involve a 10, and you have one. That is not the greatest spot to go for the bluff catch. At least in my opinion, of course, that's my opinion. Joe does feel differently, makes the call with the top pair,
Under the gun.
optimized,
That's why I'm telling them.
rivering the flush, gets paid, drags the pot, and here we go. $50. No, what do we got? Another?
Even if I raise the turn, you're gonna.
Last time bomb pop.
Oh, bomb pot. Okay, it is indeed $50 bomb pot.
Last time
To
bomb pop.
wrap things up here on TCH Live Thursday.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for tuning
Go,
in.
Eric. Gamble, gamble.
Let's see who runs off with the money in this last bomb pot.
Gumball, gumball. Gumball, gumball.
Tom, Jesse.
Happy to play the two hands. He didn't make one pair.
Bears with possession. Under a minute remaining in the game. First and goal at the 5-yard line. They get a touchdown, they will win. All right. Exciting for the Bears at home. All right, a couple of ace-high boards.
7-2. 8-2. I bet 350.
Optimize is going to take a shot at this. He has top two pair on the top board, and top pair on the other. Oh yeah, top two on both. What am I saying? Yeah, pretty good hand. Eric will make the call here with the nut heart draw and an inside. Yeah, he's got a wrap on top. Definitely some opportunities for Eric to improve. Zach here has, he's got a little bit of a wrap on bottom, but he didn't have enough to go with on top. Heads up to the turn we go. Optimize now 3-pair on top. And he's gonna check. Eric is gonna get to see all the cards for free on the turn. But they do nothing to improve his hand, and Optimize is going to scoop this.
I think you scooped it.
Eric says, I think you scoop. And checks back. And scoop he does. Optimize is going to drag this last pot, 2-pair, 2-pair. And that's going to do it for us here on TCH Live. Thursday, 5/10/25. Thank you guys.
Yeah, you know, I would call it turn bet.
Oh, that's right. Stick around for some stats. As there we go, we've got our B pips. Eric rounding things out down 8.7. Of course, didn't play very many hands. Zach, the lowest of the remaining players. We look at the earnings. Raul up the most. And yeah, indeed, Optimized did. So there we go. Rolling through all of the stats for you guys there at the end, just to get all of that out there for you guys. But do want to thank you guys one last time for tuning in. We hope you will come back and join us here on Monday next week for some 2-5 match the stack action here out of TCH Austin. We will be off next Thursday, but I will be hosting the show the following Monday, so I will see you back then for that show. John Party and friends playing, I believe, probably some 2-5. So look forward to seeing you guys here in a week or so. Take care. Good night, everybody. For myself here at TCH Austin, all the staff, for Kristen, you guys have a good one. We'll see you next time.
Yeah.